A call to order this meeting of the Franklin Municipal Planning Commission for August the 26th, 2021. We'll start off with our roll call. Commissioner Allen,
Present.
Commissioner Franks,
Present.
Commissioner Harrison,
Present.
Commissioner McLemore,
Present.
Commissioner Mann,
Present.
Commissioner Orr is absent, Commissioner Alderman Peterson,
Present.
Commissioner Williamson,
Present.
and Chair Lindsay is present as well. Accommodations have been made to ensure that the public is able to participate in the meeting. The public may participate in the following ways: watch the meeting on Franklin TV or the City of Franklin website, watch the live stream through the City of Franklin Facebook and YouTube accounts, email comments to planningintake@franklintn.gov to be provided in full to the commission and included in the minutes, but not read aloud in their entirety during the meeting. Emailed comments are accepted until 12 p.m. noon on the day before the meeting. You can also comment in person in the boardroom. Speakers will be asked to fill out a speaker card prior to the meeting starting. Speakers may sit in the boardroom or wait in the lobby. So the first item on our agenda tonight is the consideration of approval of the July 22nd, 2021 Franklin Municipal Planning Commission minutes. We have a motion.
Move for approval.
Second.
That was you, Alma. And the second was
Ms.
Ann.
Peterson. Commissioner.
Ann, okay. Okay, by roll call vote, Commissioner Allen,
Aye.
Commissioner Franks,
Aye.
Commissioner Harrison,
Aye.
Commissioner McLemore,
Aye.
Commissioner Mann,
Aye.
Commissioner Moore is absent, Alderman Peterson,
Yes.
and Commissioner Williamson,
Aye.
and Commissioner Lindsay votes aye. The motion carries. The next item is citizen comments on items that are not on the agenda tonight. This is a time in our meeting that's open for Franklin citizens to be heard on items that are not included on this agenda. As provided by law, the Franklin Municipal Planning Commission shall make no decisions or considerations of action of citizen comments except to refer the matter to the planning director for administrative consideration or to schedule the matter for Franklin Municipal Planning Commission consideration at a later date. So are there any citizen comments tonight on items not on the agenda? Seeing none, we'll move along. We'll go to announcements. Emily?
Good evening, everyone. I just have one announcement that's a reiteration from last month. Just to remind you, Friday, November 5th from 8 to noon, there will be an education training to meet your state required education credits. And that's going to be put on by the Middle Tennessee section of the Tennessee chapter of the American Planning Association. So kind of similar to what happened last year. They'll be putting it on. They're still working on the speaker lineup, but we'll be sending you the information when the registration is open.
Great. Thank you, Emily. The next item is the vote to place non-agenda items on the agenda. The non-agenda process by design is reserved for emergency instances. Non-agenda items shall be considered only upon the unanimous approval of all of the Franklin Municipal Planning Commission members. So are there any items that are proposed for addition to the agenda tonight?
No, there are not.
There are none. Thank you. The next item on our agenda for tonight is for the consent agenda. The items under the consent agenda are deemed by the Planning Commission to be non-controversial and routine in nature and will be approved by one motion. The items on the consent agenda will not be individually discussed. Any member of the Planning Commission, city staff, or the public desiring to discuss an item that is on the consent agenda may request that it be removed and placed on the regular agenda. So are there any items proposed for removal from the consent agenda?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I would like to ask if there is no opposition to add item 28 to the consent agenda.
Which
Item
one?
28. So item number 28, Tavistock subdivision preliminary plat, creating 7 single-family residential lots, 2 open space lots, and dedicated right-of-way on 7.43 acres. Is there any objection?
No, normally staff places those on the non-consent agenda in case there is any public here to speak on the item, but it can be placed on consent if that's the will of the commission. There are public notices that go out to property owners within 500 feet, but you could just, raise the question if anyone's here to speak on the item, and that might help guide your decision on this.
Okay.
It's the one next to McKay's Mill. It's just,
I'm sorry.
it's close to McKay's Mill.
McKay's Mill?
Backs up to it,
Okay.
yes.
Yeah, but the reasoning I'm asking is, per staff comments, the plan along with the attached conditions of approval meet the requirements of the zoning ordinance.
Right, staff has no opposition to adding it to the consent agenda if there's no one here that wishes to speak to it.
Okay. So we would handle that as an approval. Is anyone in the audience that is here to hear the item for Tavistock subdivision? Anyone that wants to hear that?
Okay, there's
Okay,
somebody.
we'll just leave it like it
Leave
is.
it like that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, so the items on consent agenda for tonight are items number 3, items 25 through 27, and item number 25. Those are items on the consent
29.
agenda. Is there a motion for approval?
Move for approval.
Item number 29.
It's item 29, not
Yeah.
25.
Okay. Now I'm totally confused. So, I'm sorry, so item 20, did I say? Okay. Item 29 is the item
Not
on the
20, not
consent
28.
agenda. And so we have a motion for approval of the consent agenda, item 3, 25 through 27, and item number 29. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, second.
Item 28 is not on consent.
Yeah.
It's not.
Yes, but
He
28 was
said-
not added.
28 was not added.
No.
Okay, by roll call vote, Commissioner Allen,
Aye.
Commissioner Franks.
Aye.
Commissioner Harrison.
Aye.
Commissioner McLemore.
Aye.
Commissioner Mann. Mike Orr. Alderman Peterson.
Aye.
Commissioner Williamson.
Aye.
And Commissioner Lindsey votes aye. Motion carries for approval of the consent agenda. Item number 4 is a consideration of Resolution 2021-130, a resolution adopting a plan of services for the annexation of property north of Henpeck Lane and west of Lewisburg Pike by the city of Franklin, Tennessee. I'll turn it over for a staff presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening, Commissioners. The plan of services outlines how infrastructure will need to be provided to serve the property should it be annexed, and the property consists of 1.58 acres. The property is located within the Goose Creek Basin, which was identified as a short-term growth area in the 2018 growth study. The property owner shall be required to extend the sanitary sewer mains and interceptors necessary to provide service to the property. Access to the property shall be provided from Lewisburg Pike. As properties in the area develop, road improvements and road extensions shall be required in accordance with Connect Franklin. No additional manpower or equipment will be necessary to serve the property for either fire, police protection, or sanitation. Staff recommends approval to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen. Thank you.
Great, thank you. So is there anyone from the public wish to speak to this item? Seeing none, there a presentation by applicant on this, or? Please come forward.
Hey, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Nathan McVeigh with T-Square Engineering. I have nothing further to add from what staff has told you, but I'm willing to answer any questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is there a motion on this item?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Jimmy?
Alma seconds.
Alma seconds.
Motion by Jimmy and seconded by Alma. Is there any discussion? Seeing none by roll call vote, Commissioner Allen,
Aye.
Commissioner Franks,
Aye.
Commissioner Harrison,
Aye.
Commissioner McLemore,
Aye.
Commissioner Mann, Alderman Peterson,
Aye.
Commissioner Williamson,
Aye.
and Commissioner Lindsey votes aye. Motion carries. Item number 5 is consideration of Resolution 2021-131, a resolution to annex parcel 106-9.00, consisting of 1.58 acres, property located north of Henpeck Lane and west of Lewisburg Pike and adjoining the city limits within the southern part of the Franklin urban growth boundary. Staff presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The property is contiguous to the city limits, and it is within the city's urban growth boundary. It does help fill an existing hole in the city limit locations along Lewisburg Pike. The property is within the neighborhood commercial design concept as defined by the Envision Franklin Land Use Plan. No site plan has been submitted at this time. Rezoning for the subject property is also included on tonight's agenda. Staff recommends approval to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen. Thank you.
Great, thank you. So again, we're at public comment for this item. Does anyone from the public wish to speak to this item? Seeing none, do I have a motion on this one?
Move for approval to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Allen, seconded by Commissioner Harrison. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, by roll call vote, Commissioner Allen,
Aye.
Commissioner Franks,
Aye.
Commissioner Harrison,
Aye.
Commissioner McLemore,
Aye.
Commissioner Mann,
Aye.
Alderman Peterson,
Aye.
Commissioner Williamson,
Aye.
and Commissioner Lindsey votes aye. Motion carries. Item number 6, consideration of ordinance 2021-35, an ordinance to zone 1.58 acres into the neighborhood commercial, the NC district, for that property located north of Henpeck Lane and west of Lewisburg Pike. Staff presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Envision Franklin places this parcel into the neighborhood commercial design concept. Properties within this design concept contain a mix of active uses at key intersections that serve surrounding residential concentrations. These centers must be compatible with and contribute to neighborhood character and livability. The proposed rezoning request is consistent with the recommendations of Envision Franklin. No corresponding site plan has been submitted for review at this time. Staff recommends approval to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen. Thank you.
Great, thank you. So, is there anyone from the public that wishes to speak to this item? Seeing none, is there a motion? Or is there any, does the applicant have anything further to add to this item? Okay, thank you. Is there a motion then?
You have one over here.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Mann, approval? And second?
Second.
Alma, okay. Is there any discussion on this item? Seeing none, by roll call vote, Commissioner Allen,
Aye.
Commissioner Franks,
Aye.
Commissioner Harrison,
Aye.
Commissioner McLemore,
Aye.
Commissioner Mann,
Aye.
Alderman Peterson,
Aye.
Commissioner Williamson,
Aye.
and Commissioner Lindsey votes aye. That motion carries. The next item is item number 7, consideration of Resolution 2021-110, a resolution adopting a plan of services for the annexation of 4416 Paytonsville Road by the city of Franklin, Tennessee. I'll turn it over for staff presentation.
Thank you. The plan of services outlines how infrastructure will need to be provided to serve the proposed annexed property of approximately 2.86 acres, addressed as 4416 Paytonsville Road. The property lies within the short-term priority growth area and will be within the 500-foot HHO buffer upon annexation. The property is a city-owned property. It was acquired during the development of the recently constructed Fire Station Number 7. Water is located within the Mill Crofton service area. Reclaimed water will not be required to be extended to serve the properties. The property is within the Goose Creek Sewer Basin. No additional manpower or equipment will be necessary for either fire or police protection. Future development will need to comply with the regional commerce design concept as outlined in Envision Franklin. The major thoroughfare plan shows the extensions of Goose Creek bypass extending east through the majority of this property. This concludes my presentation. I'm available for any questions.
Great, thank you. Is there any public comment on this item? Seeing none, does there, and the City of Franklin is the applicant on this
Yeah.
item, right? So, okay. So is there a motion for this item?
Move for approval.
Second.
Oh, Scott? And seconded by Commissioner Franks. And this is a motion for recommendation of approval to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen.
Correct.
By roll call vote, is there any discussion? By roll call vote, Commissioner Allen,
Aye.
Commissioner Franks,
Aye.
Commissioner Harrison,
Aye.
Commissioner McLemore,
Aye.
Commissioner Mann, Alderman Peterson,
Aye.
Commissioner Williamson,
Aye.
and Commissioner Lindsey votes aye. That motion carries. Item number 8, consideration of Resolution 2021-111, a resolution to annex 4416 Paytonsville Road, consisting of 2.86 acres, property located at the terminus of the intersection of Goose Creek Bypass and Paytonsville Road and adjoining the city limits within the southern part of the Franklin Urban Growth Boundary, the UGB. Staff presentation.
Thank you. The property is located at the terminus of the intersection of Goose Creek Bypass and Paytonsville Road. The property is within the city's southern portion of the urban growth boundary and designated in Envision Franklin as appropriate for regional commerce, regional office, or research and development uses. The City of Franklin acquired this property, as I stated before, as in the process of the development of the new fire station that's adjacent to 4416 Paytonsville Road. This annexation does help fill the gaps in the city limits. Future development will need to comply with the regional commerce design concept. And a separate zoning request is on this agenda in addition to these two items. So staff recommends that Resolution 2021-111 be recommended to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen for approval. This concludes my presentation. I'm available should you have any questions.
Great, thank you. Is there anyone from the public that would like to speak to this item? Yes, please. Please come forward to the lectern and tell us your name and address. And
My name's Irene McCray, and I'm at 4430 Paytonsville Road. Are we talking about the property that's directly behind the fire station? I'm sort of confused.
Fire station is being built right here.
Right?
So as you make the turn, it's the property that you'll be looking at as you go down.
So it would be to the left of the fire station.
You're going east on Paytonsville Road.
Correct.
To be in front of you, and the fire station will be to your left.
Okay. I'm just curious, because the road is so congested right now. I cannot get out of my driveway in the morning with Aetna Insurance Company and Dave Ramsey. And I'm just wondering if they're going to do a secondary road in between, which would be nice. I mean, I'm just concerned because I have a brother that's got a disability, and they come to pick him up in the morning, and they can't get out of the driveway. They say they have to wait, and same thing at nighttime. If I'm coming back home, I mean, I have to pull in onto the oncoming lane sometimes to go into my driveway because behind me, and the speed limit's supposed to be 30, but there's nobody that's going 30 on that road, okay? I've seen speed cars going like 100. So I'm just concerned about the traffic in the area. You know, growth and development is great, okay, we all know that, but, I mean, you have to have, I just don't want to see another Spring Hill, Tennessee, okay? If any of you folks have been to Spring Hill, by the time you leave the freeway and get to Spring Hill at 5 o'clock, you might get there at 6:30 or 7. So,
Okay.
you know, I just don't want to see that in the area.
Great, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Does anyone else wish to speak to this item? Okay, seeing none, is there a motion on this item? There's a motion for approval by Commissioner Allen and seconded by Commissioner Harrison. Is there any discussion? By roll call vote, Commissioner Allen,
Aye.
Commissioner Franks,
Aye.
Commissioner Harrison,
Aye.
Commissioner McLemore, Commissioner Mann,
Aye.
Alderman Peterson,
Aye.
Commissioner Williamson,
Aye.
and Commissioner Lindsay votes aye. That motion carries. The next several items, part of the same project, consideration of ordinance 2021-22, an ordinance to zone 2.86 acres civic institutional CI district for the property located at the terminus of the intersection of Goose Creek Bypass and Paytonsville Road and adjoining the city limits within the southern part of the Franklin urban growth boundary, again, 4416 Paytonsville Road. Staff presentation.
Thank you. The requested zoning for 4416 Paytonsville Road is Civic Institutional, or CI. Envision Franklin places 4416 Paytonsville Road in the regional commerce design concept, and it states that parcels within this concept should be high-intensity activity centers that attract large numbers of people and employ from both within and outside the city. Envision Franklin also supports the proposed CI zoning for this parcel, and CI zoning is the most appropriate for government-owned properties. There is no current proposed development for the property. Staff recommends that ordinance 2021-22 be recommended to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen for approval. This concludes my presentation.
Great, thank you. Is there anyone from the public that wishes to speak to this item? Seeing none, and City of Franklin's the applicant, so is there a motion on this item?
Move for approval.
Would you all motion for approval by Commissioner McLemore?
Second.
Where'd that come from? Alderman Peterson? So you have a proper motion and second. Is there discussion on this item?
The only thing I wanted to say is that it is owned by the city and it is not planned to be developed.
Great, thank you. By roll call vote, Commissioner Allen,
Aye.
Commissioner Franks,
Aye.
Commissioner Harrison,
Aye.
Commissioner McLemore, Commissioner Mann,
Aye.
Alderman Peterson,
Aye.
Commissioner Williamson,
Aye.
and Commissioner Lindsay votes aye as well. That motion carries. Item number 10 is a consideration of Resolution 2021-116, a resolution adopting a plan of services for the annexation of 841 Old Charlotte Pike by the City of Franklin, Tennessee. Is our staff presentation?
Thank you. The applicant's requesting a plan of services for a parcel located north of Old Charlotte Pike East and west of Del Rio Pike and adjoining the city limits within the western part of the Franklin urban growth boundary. Resolution 2021 116 is a City of Franklin drafted plan of services for the property being considered in the proposed request for annexation. The property is located within the Hillsborough, Burwood, and TS Utility District service area. Water availability shall be approved and provided through HB and TS prior to annexation. The property lies within the West Basin service area, and the owner will be required to extend the sanitary sewer main from the West Haven Sanitary Sewer Lift Station to the property to be annexed to provide service to the property. The owner will also be required to provide a completed study of the West Haven Sanitary Sewer Lift Station to verify the lift station has the capacity to handle the additional flows generated by the associated development. In addition, the owner shall be required to provide engineering, design, construction, easements, right-of-ways, and the cost associated with the on-site sanitary sewer infrastructure required to serve the development of this property. The plan of services outlines that the property is within the conservation subdivision design concept and Envision Franklin, and access to the property shall be provided from Old Charlotte Pike. Currently, Carlisle Lane between Old Charlotte Pike and Del Rio Pike needs improvement prior to any additional traffic being added to the corridor. The roadways constructed as part of this development will comply with the city street standards. Staff recommends that Resolution 2021-116 be recommended to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen for approval. This concludes my presentation, and I'm available for any questions.
All right, thank you. Does anyone from the public wish to speak to this item? Seeing none, is there someone here to represent the applicant?
Hi, my name is Jeff Rosiak from Gamble Design Collaborative. The next 4 items are all on the same development plan. If it's okay with the board, I could present that now, or I can wait until the development plan item.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. This is the Hamilton PUD or development plan. Just a quick bit of planning history for this parcel. An initial plan was submitted in the spring of 2020. That plan prompted a series of meetings to explore some of the infrastructure recommendations in the West Harpeth region. And in these meetings, landowners and developers came together to discuss the future development of the area. The infrastructure improvements that had been recommended for this area were based on some planning assumptions and density assumptions for the future development of the area. And the landowners agreed that these assumed densities were higher than was anticipated for the area. If you can go to the, can I click or? Okay. So this plan is representative of the findings from those meetings. And as you'll see, there's areas of density which are equivalent to those original planning assumptions, which was 2.5 dwelling units per acre that are closest to Mac Hatcher Boulevard. And it gets steadily less dense moving away from Mac Hatcher. This parcel in particular was planned and proposed as 1 dwelling unit per acre, which is a reduction of about 100 units from the plan that was originally submitted in 2020. As a result of these density assumptions, the engineering and planning department have gotten together and considered the removal of some of the infrastructure in the area, including collector roads and sewer infrastructure. And this plan is in line with some of those plans that will be coming before you soon. The new plan proposes 58 units on 58.6 acres, so one dwelling unit per acre. This plan has a decidedly more rural development pattern, and it's two streets with lots surrounding a central open space. To achieve this development pattern, we are requesting one modification of standard, which allows for a block length of over 2,400 linear feet. We believe that the open space breaks and trails that we've provided that break up our block achieve in a similar breakdown of the block that the code intends, but in a little bit more of a rural fashion. If you can go to the next slide. Thank you. One of the central pieces of the plan is our open space. Consistent with the conservation subdivision policy, this plan provides 50% open space. Those open spaces include preservation of the stream along the southern boundary. There's a 150-foot scenic corridor along the southern boundary as well, and along Old Charlotte Pike in the east to west section. We are also providing that central open space that I mentioned, which would have trails and some park elements included. And there's a large open space that buffers the Hamilton Brown House, which is a historic registered home, and visual screen of 75 feet of landscape that buffers that house from the proposed development as well. Next slide, please. Thank you. I'm sorry, can you go back one? In addition to the buffering that is provided within the open space, we have a large amount of space between our the surrounding existing homes. So to the west, the nearest Gentry home is about 650 feet from any proposed lot lines. To the north, the Wynn and Montgomery homes are about 750 feet from any proposed lot lines. And within, to kind of inside the little nook of the development to the south where the Hamilton Brown House is located, it's about 630 feet from any of our proposed property lines. In the internal buffers along the property lines, along the eastern and northern property lines, we have a minimum of 40 feet of open space, including a 25-foot landscape buffer. Thank you. And along the western property line, we have a minimum of 125 feet between the rear property lines and the western property line adjacent to the Gentry Farm. This is the internal buffer between the historic Hamilton Brown House and our proposed lots. And again, there's 630 feet between the lots and the Hamilton Brown House, and that includes the 75-foot naturalistic screen buffer, which has been prescribed by the Historic Zoning Commission. This is some of the architectural character proposed for the neighborhood. And that concludes my presentation. I'm available for comments.
Okay, great. Okay, so this is a resolution adopting a plan of services for the annexation. Is there a motion on this item?
I'll move for approval.
We have a motion for approval, recommendation of approval to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen by Commissioner McLemore. And a second?
I'll second.
We already did that.
He's already done that.
That's okay. And a second?
Yeah, I'll second.
Second by Commissioner Williamson. Is there any discussion?
Well, the main service, would be the sewer lift from West Haven, I think. And then they'd be responsible for streets and things around there. And I guess this is just the plan of services that we're
Yeah.
talking about right now.
Okay. Any further discussion? Seeing none by roll call vote, Commissioner Allen,
Aye.
Commissioner Franks?
Aye.
Commissioner Harrison?
Aye.
Commissioner McLemore? Commissioner Mann?
Aye.
Alderman Peterson?
Aye.
Commissioner Williamson?
Aye.
And Commissioner Lindsey votes aye. That motion carries. Item number 11 is the second item in this project, consideration of Resolution 2021-121, a resolution to annex 841 Old Charlotte Pike, consisting of 58.64 acres, property located north of Old Charlotte Pike East and west of Del Rio Pike, and adjoining the city limits within the northwest part of the Franklin urban growth boundary. Staff presentation?
Thank you. As you said, the property being considered for annexation is 841 Old Charlotte Pike. It's contiguous to the city limits and within the northwestern part of the city's urban growth boundary. The property falls into the west drainage basin. The West Basin was identified as a short-term capability area in the 2018 growth study. The subject property requesting annexations within the conservation subdivision design concept as defined by Envision Franklin. It is the intention of the applicant to develop the property into single-family residential lots that you will see on the associated development plan. Staff recommends that Resolution 2021-121 be recommended to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen for approval. This concludes my presentation.
Great, thank you. Is there anyone from the public that wishes to speak to this item? Seeing none, and the applicant has covered this item in his presentation. So is there a motion on this item?
Move for approval of the Board of Mayor and Aldermen.
Second.
So you have a motion by Commissioner Allen and a second by Commissioner Harrison, recommending approval to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen. Is there any discussion? Seeing none by roll call vote, Commissioner Allen,
Aye.
Commissioner Franks, Commissioner Harrison,
Aye.
Commissioner McLemore, Commissioner Mann,
Aye.
Alderman Peterson,
Aye.
Commissioner Williamson,
Aye.
and Commissioner Lindsey votes aye. That motion passes. Item number 12 is the next to the series in this project. Consideration of ordinance 2021-26, an ordinance to zone 58.64 acres planned PD 1.00 district, floodway fringe overlay FFO district, and scenic corridor overlay SCO district for the property located north of Old Charlotte Pike East and west of Del Rio Pike at address 841 Old Charlotte Pike. This is the Hamilton PUD subdivision. Staff presentation.
Thank you. The applicant's requesting the zoning of 58.62 acres to Planned District PD 1, Flood Fringe Overlay FFO District, and Scenic Corridor Overlay SCO to accommodate the proposed development plan for Hamilton PUD subdivision. The development has been submitted concurrently and is the next item. Envision Franklin places this property in the Conservation Subdivision Design Concept. The Conservation Subdivision Design Concept supports primarily single-family residential development that clusters lots and infrastructure and sets aside a substantial amount of property as permanently protected open space in its natural state. The plan, as proposed, incorporates the recommendations and guiding principles of the Conservation Subdivision Design Concept by providing approximately 30 acres of open space, which includes a curated pocket park, a multi-use path, and natural areas contributing to the quality of life for future residents. The Conservation Subdivision Design Concept also highlights that residential lots and infrastructure should be located to respect natural features and to maximize the proximity of lots to open space. Residential lots should be clustered to preserve a minimum of 50% of natural open space. The proposed development plans The proposed development plan provides that the 50% open space required, in addition to respecting the features that exist on the property, such as the historic Hamilton Brown House. The proposed zoning is appropriate for this design concept. Staff recommends that ordinance 2021-26 be recommended to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen for approval. This concludes my presentation, and I'm available for any questions.
Great, thank you. Does anyone from the public wish to speak to this item? Seeing none, we've had a presentation by our applicant. If anyone has any questions or for the applicant, he's certainly still available. If not, is there a motion on this item?
Move for approval to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen.
Motion for approval to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen by Commissioner Harrison.
Second.
And seconded by Commissioner McLemore. Is there any discussion on this item? Seeing none, by roll call vote, Commissioner Allen,
Aye.
Commissioner Franks,
Aye.
Commissioner Harrison,
Aye.
Commissioner McLemore,
Aye.
Commissioner Mann,
Aye.
Alderman Peterson,
Aye.
Commissioner Williamson,
Aye.
and Commissioner Lindsey votes aye. That motion carries. Item number 13, consideration of Resolution 2021-122, a resolution approving a development plan for Hamilton PUD subdivision, including one modification of standard, that for block length perimeter, for a property located north of Old Charlotte Pike and west of Del Rio Pike. A staff presentation.
Thank you. As stated, this is in Conservation Subdivision Design Concept. It does, the plan as proposed incorporates the recommendations and guiding principles of Conservation Subdivision Design Concept by providing the 30 acres of open space, which includes those things I previously explained: curated park, multi-use path, and natural areas that contribute to the quality of life for future residents. The lot size guidance within Conservation Subdivision Design Concept state that single-family lots with dwellings having front-facing detached garages should have a minimum width of 50 feet and a minimum lot size of 5,500 square feet. The plan as proposed incorporates this requirement by providing 90-foot and 100-foot lot widths only, and meet or exceed the minimum lot size for every proposed lot. For building character, Envision Franklin states in the Conservation Subdivision Design Concept that architectural sensitivity for new developments should be observed. The style and architecture should draw from the character of the surrounding area and historically significant buildings. The elevations included in the proposed development plan utilize the recommendations of Envision Franklin by providing conceptual elevations that honor the historical resources present adjacent to the site, the Hamilton Brown House. There is one modification of standard. The applicant is requesting that they are able to increase the maximum length of the block length from 2,400 to 3,200. The zoning ordinance section 9.5.2 allows for this increase to 3,200 administratively in cases where there is an environmental or topographic constraint, where the street classification prevents a connection or a proposal includes an internal parking structure. In this case, none of those requirements were met to approve this administratively. That's why it's coming before you this evening. The proposed plan doesn't meet any of those allowances. The proposed modification of standard is being requested to create a more rural pattern with larger lots and would allow for larger contiguous open space. The requirement is meant to promote walkability and to encourage vehicular connectivity, easing traffic by dispersing into a street grid. Since recent discussions and decisions by BOMA have limited the future of connectivity in the larger area, with a focus instead on retaining the rural character of the area, and since the large central open space provides necessary pedestrian connections internal to the block, staff supports the modification of standards request. Staff recommends that Resolution 2021-122 be recommended to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen for approval with conditions. This concludes my presentation. I'm available for any questions.
Great, thank you. Does anyone from the public wish to speak to this item? Seeing none, is there anything further by the applicant on this item? Okay,
I'm going to ask some questions whenever,
okay.
Yeah.
So we're going to start off with a main motion, and then before we vote on that main motion, we will take up the modification of standards motion as an amendment. We'll vote that through and then go back to the main motion. So is there a motion for this item?
Move for approval to Board of Mayor and Aldermen.
I had a whispered motion over here
Oh, well, go ahead, go with
from
it.
Commissioner McLemore for recommendation of approval to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen.
I'll second that.
And
Never been accused of
seconded
being
by Commissioner Allen.
quiet.
So I have a proper motion and second for a main motion on this item. And now we'll take up a modification of standards, which will be an amendment to the main motion. The applicant's requesting one modification of standards to increase the maximum length of the block length from 2,400 feet to 3,200 feet.
probably
So
need
is there a
to
motion
see
on the modification
we
of
probably need to
standards?
see the development plan. I mean, with the lot shown on it. That's what we're voting on right now. Let's see, where is that? It's on,
Yeah, could we see the plan?
She's bringing it up.
And which block length is being
right, so you can see that.
increased or proposed?
I'm not sure. Can you see my cursor right there?
Yeah,
It's
good,
it's
very
right here. It's this entire block length right
That's the
here.
length of the block,
Yeah,
the
very
entire
good.
block.
It's all the way around.
Okay. Does anyone have any other questions on the block length or the question for the modification? Is there a motion on this item for a modification of standards?
Where, can you show me the eastern cul-de-sac? That's described.
I'm sorry. The eastern cul-de-sac, like up here at the top. Is that what you're talking about?
It describes the eastern cul-de-sac on the eastern side. I wasn't sure if it's the northeast or the.
It's actually not shown on the plan, on the screen there, but the idea is to cul-de-sac Old Charlotte Pike due to its nature of being a more narrow road.
Can you show me where?
Yes.
Okay.
So is there a motion on the floor above this modification for us to be discussing it?
Is there a motion for the modification of standards? Is there a motion for the modification of standards?
No, there was no.
I'll
I need
move
a
for
motion
I'll
before
move
we-
for approval of modification of standard number 1.
I'll
Was that-
second.
Was that a motion for approval,
Yes.
Commissioner Allen? And seconded by
I'll second.
Commissioner Harrison?
Okay, so
Any-
I have a
okay.
comment. I have a comment about this and kind of a question. I'm a little concerned about this. There's a statement in here that says about the general discussion and the motion, or at least some. I guess you're getting some kind of direction from the Board of Mayor and Aldermen about a connectivity in the larger area or whatever. I think we may need to get together and discuss this. Some planning issues or something between us. We need to discuss this. I'd like to discuss this at a joint, maybe a conceptual meeting coming up in the future. The importance of the question of connectivity between us and the Board of Mayor and Aldermen. Because if I'm reading this correctly, part of your reasoning for suggesting, although I don't have a problem with this in the grand scheme of life, this 800 feet, because when I think of block, I think of straight city block. And this really is not a straight city block. I mean, we're going around. It's almost quadrilateral. Actually, it's a triangle that's not a triangle. But I think just by your statement, I think we need to sit down as a planning commission, because we see things from a planning perspective. We need to sit down with our Board of Mayor and Aldermen in a joint conceptual meeting and talk about what connectivity means from a planning side and from a Board of Mayor and Aldermen side. Because I'm concerned, I am very concerned about that statement. Okay, thanks.
Okay, thank you. So is there connectivity from the actual roadway itself into the common area in the middle of this space?
So the roadway surrounds the central open space.
The block, yeah.
The block. We have a connection to the north-south portion of Old Charlotte Pike, and that forms the entrance to the community. We have a future connection to the east and the northeast corner of the property headed toward the Short property. We're also providing an emergency connection to the east-west portion of Old Charlotte Pike. I have a handout that identifies some of the kind of infrastructure discussions that we're having with staff that identifies a little bit how that network will develop
Okay.
over time.
Thanks.
And maybe while we're handing those out, I'm looking for the thing right under the, I think, modification of standards, the very first thing on development, and it's got it just shows the lots, but it also shows something that I'm going to ask about, which is the floodplain on Lot 1. So it's a better, see, sometimes, okay, it's after it says conditions of approval. That one. I think, yeah. The one after, conditions of approval, and then the very next attachment there.
Yes. I'm sorry, I'm pulling it up right now. Give me just
Great.
1 second.
Okay. And that might have something to talk about connectivity there too, really.
So if I may just, real quickly on this handout that I just handed out,
Oh, yeah, it's
the
same thing.
Yeah, sure. So the development plan provides connectivity for that green section through connection to that green section of Old Charlotte Pike. The blue section would be improved in the future by future development of the Short property, and then the Short property would have the flexibility to figure out where their east-west connection connects over to the green section of Old Charlotte Pike. It could either be along the existing alignment, that red line, or it could travel through the development as they develop their plans. In the short term, the existing east-west section of Old Charlotte Pike would provide emergency access to the property.
Is this what you're talking about?
Thank you.
Sorry about the delay.
No. I know exactly what you're thinking. Crazy. But anyway, yeah.
Any other comments or questions on this item?
And this is, right now, we're just talking about the length of the
Modification of standard.
block.
The modification of standards for the
That's right.
block. It's the, and so my question had to do with access from the roadway within within the subdivision. And I think I see from this diagram that there are 2 or 3 different locations where a person could leave the roadway and walk between the rows of houses to get to the common space in the middle.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Which I think addresses some of the questions relative to the sheer length of the block, the fact that you're asking for a longer block than what's normally required.
Yeah, we believe we've broken that block down with open spaces and trails, and that there is connection
Okay.
throughout.
Any other comments or questions or discussion?
This is just about the modification of standards, right?
Yeah, this is about the modification of standards. So we have a proper motion and second for approval of the modification of standards. If there's no further discussion, by roll call vote, Commissioner Allen,
Aye.
Commissioner Franks,
Aye.
Commissioner Harrison,
Aye.
Commissioner McLemore, Commissioner Mann,
Aye.
Alderman Peterson,
Aye.
Commissioner Williamson,
Aye.
and Commissioner Lindsey votes aye. That motion passes for the modification of standards. So back to our main motion now, as amended with the approval of modification of standards number 1. We have a proper motion and a second. Is there any further discussion on the
Yes.
main motion? Yes, Ann?
The first thing is, and they, there's a set in here talking about conditions of approval, but that Lot 1 there is in the floodplain. And so I wanted to hear the comment about that.
Yeah, there will be a little bit of modification of the floodplain in that corner of the development. And that lot will be removed from floodplain, and we'll be compensating for that volume as required.
Okay, and then another thing, we were just talking about the trails. Are all of them going to be 8-foot width? Because they said some of them were 4 and some of them were 8 on the plan as shown right now, but,
So we have the trails that are kind of parallel to Old Charlotte Pike, closest to Old Charlotte Pike. Those are intended to be part of our parkland dedication, and they'll be 12-foot trails. The internal trails will probably be 8-foot trails, the central open space.
because that would be, I do also want to say, having the 90 and 100 foot widths for the lots will make this really turn out well. So I thought that was very good. Okay.
On lot 1, is there a way to, instead of modifying the floodplain, to just reduce that lot size? It looks like a bigger lot.
Well, the lot depth is what we really studied in this case, and the architectural footprints work a bit better with the full lot depth. We're really just kind of picking at the edge of that FFO, so we felt comfortable that we could manipulate it and compensate with 1.5 to 1 volume of floodplain volume. So that was the intent.
Do you anticipate any portion of the structure to, would sit on the floodplain as unmodified?
So there is a 30-foot rear building setback that's not shown on this plan.
Okay.
Okay.
That would about take the building envelope out of the floodplain.
Okay.
It may be that the back edge is just in it.
Okay, thank you.
And we are saying here that it really has to have the front the way it is because it needs to go down and connect to Old Charlotte.
That's
there.
right.
Yeah.
And you're outside the reaches of the flood fringe overlay, in the buffer along the creek there?
Yeah, and you can see on this plan just where we're manipulating the edge of it, but just that little edge on the northern edge of that lot 1.
Okay.
So how do you compensate? Where do you get the dirt from?
Matt, do you want to address?
I'm Matt Anderson with Kimley Horn, one of the engineers on the project. I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question.
How do you compensate it? Where are you compensating it with?
For the floodplain? If you look on this image right here, you see those kind of darker blue lines? We're intending to fill the lot to get the home out of the floodplain and compensate in the rear of lots I can't, 3, 4, 5, and remove a little bit more material so that the floodplain has somewhere to compensate.
So I see what you mean by the blue lines there, in
Yes.
other words.
Correct.
Yeah, okay.
So does that just extend the
noticed
blue
that
line
before.
closer to the back of 3, 4, and 5?
Yes.
And, but it fills the first lot up?
Yes.
Gets it out of the 100-year floodplain?
Correct.
Are you compensating 1 for 1 or 1.5 to 1?
We'll meet whatever the ordinances are, 1.5 to 1.
1.5.
We got to think about this floodplain now, especially in the like with Waverly. You get 17 inches of rain right there on that particular street. I don't know what's going to happen.
Okay, any other discussion? Thank you. Seeing none, this is for the main motion. Commissioner Allen,
Aye.
Commissioner Franks.
Aye.
Commissioner Harrison,
Aye.
Commissioner McLemore. Commissioner Mann,
Aye.
Alderman Peterson,
Aye.
Commissioner Williamson,
Aye.
and Commissioner Lindsey votes aye. That motion passes.
Thank you.
Okay, item number 14 is a consideration of Resolution 2020-291, a resolution adopting a plan of services for the annexation of 5 properties southeast of the intersection of Clovercroft Road and Oxford Glen Drive, addressed as 4316 Murfreesboro Road, 4324 Murfreesboro Road, 4099 Clovercroft Road, and 4101 Clovercroft Road by the City of Franklin, Tennessee. Is a staff presentation.
Thank you. The applicant's requesting a plan of services for 5 parcels located south of Clovercroft Road and east of Oxford Glen Drive. Resolution 2021-291 is a City of Franklin drafted plan of services for the 5 properties being considered as part of the proposed request for annexation. The properties are located within the Millcrofton service area. Water availability will be approved and provided through Millcrofton prior to annexation. The properties are located within the Watson Branch and Mays Creek Basin service area. The owner shall be required to extend the sanitary sewer main from the nearest existing sanitary sewer infrastructure to the property to be annexed. The location of this connection and the alignment of the sanitary sewer main extension must be approved by the City of Franklin's Water Management Department. Access to the property shall be provided from Clovercroft, Highway 96, and Market Street. The access location to Clovercroft and Highway 96 will be determined once the traffic impact analysis is submitted and reviewed by the City of Franklin. All access points will comply with the City of Franklin transportation and street technical standards. The development of this property will require the extension of Market Street in accordance with the City of Franklin's comprehensive transportation network plan. Lastly, the plan of service outlines that the properties are within the single-family residential design concept in Envision Franklin. Staff recommends that Resolution 2020-291 be recommended to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen for approval. This concludes my presentation, and I'm available for any questions.
Great, thank you. So is there any public comment on this item? Okay, let me, hang on just a second. So, and our normal procedure is to listen to staff recommendation and then go to a public comment period. So this is how we want to proceed going through this. So we've had the staff presentation, and now we're at a time for public comment about this item. If you wish to speak, we're going to ask you to approach the lectern in the middle of the room here and prepared to make your comments. If there are a number of citizens that want to make comments, just kind of loosely line up behind each other, not too close to each other, but line up so that you're prepared to approach the lectern when it's your turn. We're going to ask that you provide your name and address. That's our standard procedure. And then we ask that you hold your comments to 2 minutes or less. We do have a timer. You will hear a ding from the bell. And when you hear that ding, please wrap up your comments as soon as you can. That'll indicate your 2 minutes have been reached. And when all the public comment has been completed, then I'm going to declare the public comment period to be closed. And there will be no other opportunity for comment or questions from the public on that item after that time. So then we'll go to a presentation by the applicant, followed by the deliberation by the Planning Commission. And as the Planning Commission is deliberation, again, public comment at that point is over. That'll lead to a motion and a vote by the commission. So go ahead and come forth to the lectern, and let's get started.
Mr. Chair, are you doing this for each of these individually?
So,
Are you doing this, Mr. Chair, are you going through this for
we will.
each of the items?
We've got 4 items.
That's right.
We have got 4 items. The first is a plan of services. The second is the annexation resolution. The third is the ordinance to zone the property. And then the fourth is a resolution approving a development plan for the subdivision. So you may feel like your comments are more appropriate for one of those different items rather than another. So, or you can make your comments as you come forward, and we'll sort that out. Okay. So.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Greg Lawrence, County Commissioner in the 4th District, which is where this particular property resides. I want to start by thanking all of you for the very valuable service that you provide to our community. I sent you all an email yesterday about this. I hope you've had time to read that. I'm going to focus my comments on one specific item because there's a lot of people here, I think, tonight that may speak to different issues on this property. But the one property I want to focus on mainly is Clovercroft Road. This is a road that I have come to, I think this board, I know I've come to the Board of Mayor and Alderman at least a couple of times over the last several years about this road. And we, in fact, tried to give this road to the city of Franklin. It changes jurisdictions 5 times between Highway 96 and Wilson Pike. And because we know it's in the urban growth boundary and it's going to be all probably in the city at some point, the county didn't want to put any money into the road. We don't have a lot of money. That's a fact that I brought up in the email that Alderman Berger also disagreed with me on, and so we can talk about that. But the fact is we have about $15 million in our highway fund that we collect every year in taxes, and most of that goes to repave the roads in the county. So we don't have the funds to provide for this project that would bring it up to an acceptable standard to where it is today. It's got way more traffic on it than it needs to have at this point. And putting 540 homes right there on that road and all of that traffic added onto the already existing burden of Clovercroft Road would be unconscionable in my opinion. I think Alderman Berger brought up a good point in her email today that this could be another East McEwen Drive situation where you have a very narrow road with no shoulders, very curvy road, and you develop the infrastructure around it, but you didn't develop the road. And if any of you have been on that road, you know it's one of the most dangerous roads in Franklin right now. We've had fatalities out there, unfortunately. So I know I need to wrap up, but we've had a number of accidents on our part of the road. We'll be happy to talk to the city of Franklin about Alderman Berger's proposal to potentially partner on fixing this road, but until a plan is put in place to fix Clovercroft Road, I don't believe you need to move forward with this type of project at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, anyone else wish to speak to this item at this time? Yes, sir, please.
Hi, Randy Fossler, 3475 Stagecoach Drive. I'm not sure if this is the time, since you're talking about the plan of services, I'll talk about the development later, but the plan of services talks about the sewer line, the sewer as well. Just a concern about that sewer line running along directly behind Watkins Creek. That is a concern of ours because there probably have to be blasting done. We have a lot of homes there. We are concerned about potential damage to our homes from blasting right in our backyards along that road. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Seeing none, I'll turn it over to a presentation by the applicant.
Good evening, Commissioners. John Haas with Edge Planning, Landscape Architecture, and Urban Design in Nashville. And I'll really put together my presentation for the next 4 items, if you'll allow me, and it'll be very brief. And it's that we've been working on this community for a little over 3.5 years. Some of you have been part of that process. Some of you joined during the process. We've had a number of meetings in this formal forum as well as informal meetings over the years. One of the things that we've worked very hard with staff is to reach a recommendation for approval from staff. And that's what's taken 3.5 years, quite frankly. And addressing issues and concerns to the best of our abilities from the neighbors. We've reached that point. We're very happy to say we've reached that point without making any request for a modification of standard, any variance request, any type of request other than the typical standard subdivision that is in line with Envision Franklin. So we're by the book here. And we respectfully request for you to go along with staff's recommendation for a recommendation of approval to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a motion on this item?
I'll make a motion to approve.
I'll second that.
So we have a motion.
Commissioner Mann.
Commissioner Franks
Mann seconded.
and Commissioner Mann. Is there any discussion that's on this item?
Well, there are a lot of things to say, I guess, more appropriate maybe for some of the later on
On the other, okay.
aspects of this, but,
Okay. If that's all the discussion, then we'll go to roll call vote. We have a motion to recommend approval. Commissioner Allen,
Aye.
Commissioner Franks.
Aye.
Commissioner Harrison,
No.
Commissioner McLemore,
Aye.
Commissioner Mann,
Aye.
Alderman Peterson,
no.
Commissioner Williamson,
Aye.
and Commissioner Lindsay votes aye. So that motion carries. Item number 15 is consideration of Resolution 2020-292, a resolution to annex 5 properties consisting of 295.275 acres located southeast of the intersection of Clovercroft Road and Oxford Glen Drive, addressed as 4316 Murfreesboro Road, 4324 Murfreesboro Road, 4099 Clovercroft Road, and 4101 Clovercroft Road, and adjoining the city limits within the eastern part of the Franklin Urban Growth Boundary, the UGB. Staff recommendation?
Thank you. The property being considered for annexation is located southeast of the intersection of Clovercroft Road and Oxford Glen Drive. It is contiguous to the city limits and is within the eastern limits of the city's urban growth boundary. This property falls into the Mays Creek Drainage Basin, and the Mays Creek Basin was identified as a midterm capability area in the 2018 growth study. The subject properties requesting annexation are within the single-family residential design concept as defined by the Envision Franklin Land Use Plan. It is the intention of the applicant to develop the property into single-family residential lots. A rezoning and a development plan for the subject property are also included on this agenda. Staff recommends that Resolution 2020-292 be recommended to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen for approval. This concludes my presentation, and I'm available for any questions.
Okay, thank you. I'll turn it over now to public comment. Would anyone else wish to speak to this item? Please come forward to the lectern.
Good
Good evening, members of the Planning Commission. My name is Janet Curtis. I live at 3665 North Chapel Road, and I'm here to speak on the annexation of the property at Clovercroft and Murfreesboro Road, or Oxford Glen. I don't understand how the developer can come before you and ask for annexation where there are so many unanswered questions, such as how does this impact the county schools even though they will be part of the city of Franklin? What is the impact on the roads? When there isn't even enough money now to maintain the roads, how will they be done when there is even more traffic? At the workshop this past Tuesday evening, it was discussed about getting permission from the state to have another road enter onto 96 East. What happens when that, if and when that gets denied? It was also mentioned about signalization. When I spoke with TDOT in 2019, I was told they would not put lights on Highway 96 because they didn't want to break the speed limit so many times, and the traffic didn't warrant the cost. Perhaps that has changed, but we don't know for sure. We all know that development doesn't pay for itself, so how will the added costs for schools, teachers, roadwork, etc. be covered? Are you going to raise taxes? If you grant the request for a 75% reimbursement of the $2,349,984 parkland dedication requirement, will that set a precedent for other builders and developers to request the same? Perhaps these questions and others will be answered later, but will that be too late? I am requesting that you deny the request for annexation and let's get some more answers. Thank you for your time and your service.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Kathy Hutchison. I live at 4115 Clovercroft Road, which is contiguous to this property that's going to be developed. It breaks my heart in a way, but development's coming and we might as well get used to it. The density is too high for Clovercroft Road. I've got several things to say and I'll do it really quickly. Number one, the topography of this land gives actually 140 acres of unusable land to be developed. So you're putting 546 single-family homes on 155 acres. That is very dense. It's like 0.28 or less, because that's just my division, but I don't know how much extra land is going to be taken away by infrastructure on that 155 acres. The topography is a problem there. It's also a topography problem on Clovercroft. That property, I hope you all have been out there and look. It's actually a hilly property. And what's going to happen is, I know Envision Franklin wants the larger lots to the outside, the smaller lots to the inside. But the way that property lays is it's all going to be visible from Clovercroft Road. You're not going to hide it. It's going to look like the Rutherford County dump, which is visible for miles. That property, with the size of the lots, is going to be a problem landscaping. You're not going to be able to put the big trees up there to camouflage this 546 homes. It's not going to happen. Number two, this area was supposed to be a transition area between rural and country. I mean, rural and city. What happened? This is not a transition area. This is high density. The traffic. Let's talk about that traffic a little bit more. And I would like 2 more minutes for my husband, please. He's asked me to speak for him. Is that all right? Okay.
Okay.
The traffic
We need to
projection-
watch the outbursts and the applause. I let that ride for a couple of times, but we need to maintain decorum if we can, please. Thank you.
May I speak? The traffic projection is 5,460 new trips per day on Clovercroft Road. 5,460. This came from the developer. What's going to happen when we have all those apartments that are completed on Carruthers emptying onto Clovercroft or Oxford Glen because they can't get out on Highway 96, or there's an ambulance that needs to get out? That traffic is going to be dumped on Clovercroft and Oxford Glen and Liberty Pike, Liberty Road. Who is going to step up and give Clovercroft the shoulders and help us out with the curves? Is it going to be the county or the city? I mean, this is how it's been with the county and the city on that road. The development. I've never heard of a developer asking for, maybe this is routine, 75% reimbursement for the parkland dedication. Is that something that our city does on a regular basis for a developer? I don't know. Also, this development has 140 acres of open space, and there's not one ball field, there's not one soccer field, there's not one tennis court. You couldn't find enough area in 140 acres to offer that to the community? I suggest that you all veto this. We need lower density, we need to strive for the best, and we need to be forward-thinking. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm Kathy Weber, and I reside at 1900 Springcroft Drive in Franklin, in the urban growth boundary of Franklin, off of Clovercroft Road. After watching the presentation of your development build-out report and seeing that 10,816 residential homes are permitted but not yet built, and that there's over 1 million square feet of non-residential, I became curious about the sewer capacity issues for the city. I was aware of the new sewer expansion, but it's not yet operational. So I decided to send this report to the Harpeth Conservancy, which is a science-based conservation organization well respected in our state, for an overview of sewer capacity needs. I knew that they would have access to the necessary data that I was looking for, just myself as a citizen, and they'd give me a quick reply. In the report findings that I sent to you in the emails, it shows that you are running at your current max capacity, and that the new sewer expansion, not optional or not operational yet, will be at 85% capacity with these build-out numbers. If we continue to approve developments at this high level of density, it will not leave much room for new growth until another sewer plant is built, which will have a huge financial impact to the citizens of the city of Franklin. Has the city actually factored in to its future sewer needs every new development that comes before you? Proposals like this that have such small lots and high densities, they're going to accelerate, and the timetable's going to accelerate, and there's going to be another new costly sewer plant that's needed. This is not only an infrastructure issue, but an environmental issue, for the city should be concerned about the protection of and to conserve our clean water supply. Based on this scientific data that I was given, and on behalf of the city and county residents, I respectfully request that you do not annex this property until you have the proper infrastructure in place. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name's Lydia Stokes. I live at 4104, the farm across the street. I don't believe that we can stop development. I believe that part of this is part of being a planning of it, making sure we plan appropriately. And until we have Clovercroft Road figured out, I think we should not annex this. I think annexation allows the approval for development without the planning of that road. I don't know if that means, this is the first time I've met this planner, developer. I've never had a conversation, so I apologize. I don't know where you're at in the room. But I'm not okay with this right now. I know it's gonna happen. That farm is very beautiful. It's a sad thing. The family had to let it go. But I'm opposed to the annexation right now. Even though my farm is not one of the ones being annexed, I don't plan on developing my farm. I plan on keeping it as a nice piece of landscape in Williamson County. But I have teenagers that drive that road. My husband and I drive it. We have friends and family that drive it. We've seen what Arno Road has looked like, just having a middle school and high school down the road, and we're expecting more cars than that to be on this road. So I just ask that we have the forward thinking and the planning in place. I don't know if the developer needs to be brought in to the road discussion. Maybe he contributes to that financially if the county or the city have a problem with it. But we need to think about that before we annex property to be built on for neighborhoods with high density. So thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hi, Randy Foster again, 3475 Stagecoach Drive. I'm not quite sure on the, why this is coming up before we get to review the proposal, because you're almost like annexing the land, recommending before we have comments on the actual proposal. But I will, I guess, say that I don't know if there's any way to defer this vote on the annexation until after you hear about the proposal and all the comments we have as citizens to make on that, because right now I'll say I will ask you to not annex the land because we have serious concerns about this proposal. It has been a 3.5-year process without any real results in reducing the density, overriding the concerns that we have of a very unique piece of property with a lot of unbuildable acres, so they're forced to put it all in one spot, and they're gonna say it's lower density than Amelia Park and Taproot Hills because of the simplistic density calculation of total acres and homes. But the home lots are all smaller. 60% of the homes almost are, 34 and 40-foot wide lots. Those are smaller than Amelia Park, smaller than Taproot Hills. So the average citizen says density is how close homes are packed together where people are living. That's what we call higher density. So I would ask that you either don't vote for annexation or defer this till after you hear what, I don't know if you want us all to come up at this point and say, and have our comments about the proposal and infusing annexation. I worry that that's going to take up a lot of the time of the meeting tonight. But I would say don't vote on annexation of this until you hear our concerns about the actual proposal on the next number 17 agenda item. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there other comments? Yes, please.
Cheryl Blair, 2019 Nolan Crest Way. We live Clovercroft Market Street there to the left of Taproot Farm that you're talking about annexing. And I would agree with what he said about the fact that what we're most concerned about is the density. And if you annex it before a proposed plan really comes up that's going to work with the traffic and some of the other issues, then we're all kind of left with stuck, not knowing what we're going to be dealing with. Trying to put that amount of houses on that property, it just doesn't make sense for the traffic and the infrastructure. And the other issue that I would say too is I just watched them do the proposal for the Hamilton PUD, which looks kind of amazing. I mean, they're trying to take the historical area of that property and section it off, put in buffers, landscaping, and make sure that the houses are on larger lots. And that's what we want to see there on Clovercroft on that farm. It's the same exact thing. There's a historical home, there's a historical barn. If it could be sectioned off and you could put larger lots and homes the same way you're talking about doing off Old Charlotte Pike, you wouldn't have the issues with the traffic, you wouldn't have the issues with the infrastructure, and it wouldn't be as high density. So we would just ask that before you annex the property that you have an actual firm proposal of what's going to be done on the property. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments at this point? Seeing none, do we have a motion on this item? No, I'm sorry. Presentation by the applicant. Do you have anything further, applicant? John?
I'm sorry, once again, John Haas with Edge. I'll just say, again, I think I neglected, but we're in agreement with all staff comments here. Because there have been multiple versions and ordinance have changed during this process. A couple things, our lots are not smaller than Amelia or Taproot. They're not permitted to be without a variance or a design modification, and we are not requesting any. Thank you.
Thank you. So is there a motion on this item?
move for approval to the Board of Mayor and Alderman.
You have a motion for recommendation of approval to the Board of Mayor and Alderman by Commissioner Mann. Is there a second?
I'm gonna, move to second that, but I may change my mind as soon as we have a discussion.
Okay, so we have a second by Commissioner Franks. So is there a discussion on this?
I have a
Yes.
comment, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Harrison?
I agree with Mr. Lawrence. I think Clovercroft Road has been back and forth between the city and the county for many years. I've sat on this commission for a long time. I've seen a lot of projects going on out there. Is my mic not on? Can you hear me now? All right, sorry. I'm going to agree with Commissioner Lawrence. I think Clovercroft Road is in dire need of improvement, and I think that the county, Williamson County, and the city of Franklin need to work together to improve Clovercroft Road. And until that time, I can't support any additional development out in that area. So I'll be voting
Commissioner.
against this project.
Chair,
Thank
Ms.
you.
Commissioner Allen.
Yes,
That's one
Commissioner
of the things I would like to explain. These things travel in forwards, and so a lot of times we're out of order, so you may get a yes vote on one and something on the other. Same here. I really can't support it because we want to get things in line. Clovercroft Road, we know that is an embarrassment. We really can't, I can't support it because we're going to put too much traffic on that road, and it's, we've got to do something between the two municipalities, in my opinion, before I can support it. I know the developer's been through hell on this. I think we've got to do something different. I just can't support this rezoning at this time. Not a rezoning, I can't even think of what it is. Oh, Lord. I can't support this resolution at this time.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Allen. Any other comments? Commissioner McLemore?
Supporting the annexation, but not the density in the rezoning. I think that's too much, but I will support the annexation to. I will be supporting the annexation, but I think the density is too much for the rezoning, and I will be not be supporting the density for the rezoning, which is the next item.
I would concur with that. I would concur with that.
Concur with that?
Yeah, and I was gonna say similar thing when it comes to the next item.
Yeah.
I'll
Yep.
have
Item 16 is
comments.
what.
Okay. Any other comments?
The one thing, and the reason I would say that I would not support this is, unfortunately, once we bring it in, the chances of the next one passing is higher. So if we don't bring it in, it kind of stops that. That's the reason I'm drawing the line here. I just want to clarify that. Okay.
Okay.
I appreciate the comments from the public. I know the Hamilton is a good example, but we heard a little while ago and how it was reduced.
Put your mic in.
I appreciate the comments from the public, but the plan of services was important, to be able to do the tie-in, to be able to get the infrastructure and the services out there in hopes that we can utilize that for Clovercroft Road. I agree the density is somewhat worrisome. I'm not going to support the development plan, but I think the plan of services and annexation is important.
I do too. I agree.
Thank you, Commissioner Franks. Any other comments by the Planning Commission? Seeing none by roll call vote, this is for a recommendation of approval to the Board of Mayor and Alderman for the annexation of this property. Commissioner Allen?
No.
Commissioner Franks?
Yes.
Commissioner Harrison?
No.
Commissioner McLemore?
Aye.
Commissioner Mann?
Aye.
Alderman Peterson?
No.
Commissioner Williamson?
Aye.
And Commissioner Lindsay votes aye also. So that motion passes. Item number 16 is consideration of ordinance 2020-34, an ordinance to zone 295.275 acres, planned PD 1.85 district with hillside and hillcrest overlays, HHO district, and scenic corridor overlay, SCO district, for the properties located southeast of the intersection of Clovercroft Road and Oxford Glen Drive, addressed as 4316 Murfreesboro Road, 4324 Murfreesboro Road, 4099 Clovercroft Road, and 4101 Clovercroft Road, the Poplar Farms PUD subdivision. Staff presentation.
Thank you. The applicant is requesting to zone 4 properties, Plan District PD 1.84, Hillside Hillcrest Overlay HHO District, and Scenic Corridor Overlay SCO District to accommodate the proposed development plan for Poplar Farms PUD subdivision. The development is the next item on this agenda. Envision Franklin places this property in the single-family residential design concept. Envision Franklin places the subject parcels in this area, and the single-family residential design concept consists of single-family residential neighborhoods which provide a range of single-family dwellings and lot sizes. Envision Franklin further states that new neighborhoods should have walkability, well-connected street systems that connect to surrounding neighborhoods and nearby destinations. They should be designed around natural features to highlight forested areas, hillsides and hilltops, streams, and tree rows as accessible community amenities. The plan as proposed incorporates the recommendations and guiding principles of single-family residential design concept by providing approximately 16 acres of open space and approximately 124 acres of natural area. In addition, 7 different lot sizes are proposed within the plan to provide the range of single-family homes suggested within Envision Franklin. The proposed zoning is appropriate for the design concept. Staff recommends that Ordinance 2020-34 be recommended to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen for approval. This concludes my presentation. I'm available for any questions.
Thank you. So we'll open for public comment if anyone from the public wishes to speak to this item.
Hello again. I'm Randy Foster, 3475 Stagecoach Drive. My property backyard backs up to this property. I'm asking you to not rezone this, and partly because Envision Franklin has several areas in it states things such as there should be a transition to existing neighborhoods. The property should fit in with the character of the existing area. Putting this many homes down at 1/10 of an acre in size does not fit in. You're surrounded by Watkins Creek, where we have 0.4 to 0.5 size acre homes. Ivy Glen, Barrington, on the other side, has very similar up to about 0.4 to 0.5 acre homes. While it might hit certain areas of Envision Franklin, it certainly does not fit into the character of the area. It does not transition to our homes per Envision Franklin. They want to put Market Street as a busy city collector road down our backyards. If they think that's a transition and preserving the integrity of our neighborhood, I would hope you would agree that would ruin the backyard of your home and the integrity of your neighborhood. Please do not let them rezone this as that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments from the public?
I'll read a pre-written little note here for you. We
Can you
sent
give
you
us
this
your name
email.
and
Sorry,
address,
Vincent
please?
Hiley, 1130 Watkins Creek. This proposal, we've been watching now for a while and have been major concerned about it. It does not fit the character of the neighborhood and certainly the area. And what you guys just voted on for the other property where they're having acre-type lots, now that's wonderful leadership on your part. Hopefully we can do that on this. So what I'd like to do is just let you know there's a couple of things. Again, it does not match the character of the area. A little nervous up here talking to you. So, and then there's the Market Street issue. Again, it does run right into our backyards where we're right there. And we're also worried about a connection into our neighborhood where our children play at the end of this street that they want to connect into. And now you're going to have a drive-through right through the middle of our community that has been private, and everybody knows everybody in this area. People hang out down there, talk to each other on weekends, things like that. So what ends up happening here is that we have a developer that wants to put high density into a very small area. Granted, that is a large property, but the property shrunk down for usable area. And then they're going to plant 500 something houses right there. And if this was in your backyard, I promise you, you'd be looking at that going, this is very concerning. but your vision and your leadership for what you did for that other property in McKay's Mill area is fantastic. And I would hope, again, that you all would vote the same way, thinking about us and trying to fit what Franklin's all about. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello there, this is Kathy Hutchison, 4115 Clovercroft Road. I have two comments now, one of which is I wish you would put the actual building lot sizes up there. Can you do that? That was sent to us from Edge?
Chair, would you like me to do that?
No.
We've got cross-hatching here. We don't have the developable lots.
Do you have that?
I can pull it up, yes, sir.
Okay. Go ahead and open it.
I'll speak to the other issue while she's doing that, if that's all right with you. Clovercroft Road, as you know, is a curvy road. It's a hilly road. And Market Street is at the lower portion of Clovercroft. That's where they put the sewer in, okay? So you've got hills and curves on this side, hills and curves on this side, and this is Market Street here that's going to be extended to 96. Where is the light going to go on Clovercroft? Where are the lights going to go on Clovercroft? If you put it down here at Clovercroft and Amelia Way, is that right? Is that the name of the road? You're not going to have the visibility that you need because of the curvature of the road and because it's going downhill. I would like that addressed before you get much further. Where are the lights going to glow on Clovercroft Road? And then the other question I have is, when she brings this up, is if you're going to connect, and I understand it's the density versus the road, the extension, Market Street extension. That's what we're talking about here. And if there is a way that the design could put the road which skirts behind these people's property more interior so that you have houses that face Market Street extension all the way up, it would slow the traffic, it would calm the traffic, and it would give them a buffer.
Do you have a comment about the lot sizes that you wanted to make?
Me? They're horrible.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. Are there any other public comments on this item? Please.
Janet Curtis, 3665 North Chapel Road. Everybody's talking about Clovercroft, and we all know that Clovercroft is a disastrous road. But we also haven't talked about Market Street. We don't even know that we're going to get access to 96 on that. And if you do, that is a very dangerous spot where it's going to come out because it's going downhill and it's going around a curve. There have been more accidents in that area than I care to shake a stick at. And when you're driving on that road and you're stuck in that traffic and going by accidents where a car is on its roof and it's gone through a tree and all this other stuff and people have to be taken out. It is not a good sight. We don't know if that street's going to be open. We have to address the traffic. We know 96 is getting widened. We don't even know when that's going to be finished. When is the construction on Market Street going to even start? Are we even going to be able to drive on 96 with all that construction? What's going to happen to the people that are living there now? Are you going to put all that traffic out onto Wilson Pike, which is also a two-lane country road with curves? I mean, where is it going to stop? You have to let the times catch up with the building that you're doing. You don't have the roads in place. And you have to look at this. We are people that live there, and we're trying to have a peaceful transition. We know growth comes. We're not opposing it. But at least do it with everything in place and know the answers to your questions. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Hello, my name's Kimbra Kraft, and I live at 4094 Clovercroft Road, right across from the proposed development. My neighbor has 32 acres, we have 5 acres. People next to us, 5 acres, 7 and 5, I think. And it's a pretty rural neighborhood, and it's a rural road. It has no shoulders, sharp drop-offs, and already a lot of traffic. It's used a lot of times for a thoroughfare for emergency vehicles. Can't tell you the sirens we see. I don't know what's going to happen for them when you get all the traffic that you're going to have on Clovercroft if you put 540 homes there. It's just too many in this too compressed space because of all of the unusable space. You've got the high power lines, you've got the gas lines, you've got the hills. So all of the houses are going to be scrunched up right on top of Clovercroft Road. It's too much traffic. Thank you.
Thank you. Other comments?
Cheryl Blair, 2019 Nolan Crest Way. Is Meritage Homes is still considered the person that's going to be developing this property? And I wondered if any of you really knew anything about Meritage? Aren't they the ones who are going to be developing the property? Am I correct in that? I know they were originally.
They are the applicant for both the annexation and the plan of service.
Meritage Homes in Tennessee, they're headquartered in Brentwood. They have a 1-star review with the Better Business Bureau, 253 complaints in the last 3 years, $12,000 in citations that were issued against them for homes that they built in just one subdivision in Goodlettsville. A simple Google search will give you page after page of complaints and lawsuits that have been filed against this company for leaky roofs, faulty wiring, heat and air issues not working, structural issues, cracking foundations, broken sewer lines, leaking windows, chipped tile floors, warped doors, and drainage issues. So that's another thing you might want to consider before you approve them to put houses in that area, especially at the prices that people are paying when they come into Franklin. They might want to be able to know that they're going to get a house that's built by a reputable builder, and that's going to come back on the people that approved them to build the houses there.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Martin Craig, 3495 Stagecoach Drive. Probably a bit of rinse and repeat here. I think there's a common theme for sure. And I bike right up to the farm. When we bought that property 8 years ago, we had a good inkling that it would be developed someday. No way did we envisage that it would be with so many houses, with such small lots there. We were always led to believe there would be a transition, an appropriate transition. I think you're hearing quite clearly here that people are okay with development and progress. What people are not okay with is just the speed with which this is happening, with the fact that the infrastructure doesn't support it. I think you've got a lot of passionate people. I've been to a number of these meetings, and I've never seen so many people articulate so well the concerns. But I think it's fairly clear what you're hearing. And I think our plea with you, our pleading is that you would just genuinely listen to what is being expressed. And that is the density just does not make sense for the infrastructure that's there. So there's also the fact that if Market Street does go behind and is extended there, that it could well be connected through into Watkins Creek, and that just doesn't make sense. As was already expressed, there's children playing there. It's a small subdivision. The streets are not large or wide, so we would ask that you would really make sure there's no connection coming through there either. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes.
Hi, good evening.
Marilyn Maznika, 3447 Stagecoach Drive, Watkins Creek Division. As Martin and Randy and many of others, my neighbors, have pointed out, we have a lot of issues as a community with having this farm be turned into a high-density housing situation. If you think about it, Market Street is being planned right now to be in our backyards. And you know, our family, as well as our neighbors, we spend a great deal of time in our backyards, as you may as well. We have a beautiful, serene lot right now. Many of us do because of the woods that it backs up to. And it's the reason that we bought our home, our forever home. My husband is a 20-year Army veteran, and yes, we bought our home here because we planned it to be forever, a home that we never planned to move away from, given all the moves in his military career. Please tell me how placing Market Street running down behind our backyards is in line with the Envision Franklin, and how is it preserving the integrity of our homes, our neighborhood, our lots? The lots built behind us are something like 4,000 square feet. My husband had more room in his bunker in Afghanistan. These lots are significantly smaller and do not match with the surrounding lots of the neighborhood. And it doesn't fit with the Envision Franklin plan to have these smaller lots back up against our yard and then have Market Street just planted right in the back where we like to spend time. We're even getting a pool built because we want to stay there. We want to be outside. But we're concerned about the high-density homes, the traffic, the barriers, so many things that others have brought up that hasn't been addressed. So I ask again, how is this helping the value of our homes and keeping the integrity of our home? We will be very negatively impacted by this current plan. And furthermore, my understanding is, of course, the developer is driving the placement of Market Street. So I'm asking if we could please look at the placement of Market Street again, have it placed more interior, more internally to that development, and we may have a more palatable situation that we all can live with. I just want to say, let's make it make sense for everyone. Let's make it make sense. Thank you.
Thank you. Other comments?
My name is Leanne Stack. I'm at 3491 Stagecoach Drive. You've heard from a lot of my neighbors. I think we all have similar things to say. I think most of us bought these homes to stay and live and retire in. And you know, I haven't been there as long as some of my neighbors have, but you know, my backyard is this farm, and the thought of seeing 3 houses behind my yard with Market Street and 5,000 some cars driving by my backyard every day does not make me want to stay there. I've also heard they have plans of a huge retention pond right in my backyard. And I've lived in another Franklin subdivision that had similar retention ponds in Stream Valley, and I can tell you there's sledges. And the people that live next to them, I just can't even imagine being there. And I know there are standards and regulations, but they're not being followed, at least not at Stream Valley, and I wouldn't expect them to be at this subdivision either. The thought of connecting into our neighborhood is just, I mean, I just can't even imagine. We're such a small neighborhood, and everybody's out walking their dogs and playing. If you connect into our subdivision, you're basically going to split our subdivision in half. And it would basically devastate our subdivision. So I ask you not to do that, and really think about what you're doing. And think about, you know, if you were in our shoes, in our subdivision, how you would feel. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other comments? Okay. Is there applicant?
Thank you again, Commissioners. John Haas with EDGE. There's been a number of comments, and I will say that over the course of this process, we've heard most of those comments. And we've tried to address them throughout this process. And I just want to point out several of them that were brought up tonight that have already been carried out on this development plan. Number one, the initial submittal had 36 lots that were 45-foot wide that were of an equal distance of the lots at Watkins Creek, okay, that back to Market Street. And the concern was, that's too many lots. We don't want that many lots. We reduced that from 36 to 9 lots, 65-foot wide lots, where that proximity is closest to Watkins Creek, where we don't have a green space buffer. And I don't know if you can pull up the plan or not, but you can see that. We also, to the best of our abilities in working with the city at this stage, there are a number of questions that will continue to be answered if you approve the annexation of the plan of services, allow us to move forward with the development plan. As we move into site plan, we'll learn more about some of the utilities, but we have done a complete traffic study. We have recommendations for improvements, and we are in agreement with those recommendations for improvements to Clovercroft Road, including signalization at the intersection of Amelia Way or the future Market Street. We also, as we adjusted Market Street and looked at that alignment, as was mentioned, there are a number of physical challenges out there. We slid the road further away from Market Street as well, and we've ensured a buffer. We've committed to a buffer and a berm between existing trees. There's a buffer between the lots and the property line of Watkins Creek filled with existing trees. There will be that, and then we will do a grading berm, and then landscape, and then the right-of-way from Market Street. So our homes that are on 65-foot wide lots, which are in conformance with Envision Franklin, are more than 300 feet away from the homes of Watkins Creek, a football field away now. And we worked very hard to make that happen. It's just not far enough. And we reached a point when we got as far as we could. In regards to the density and some of the traffic calming, we worked with staff to work out some traffic circles and some things. There is a 58-acre public park, which will be available to the public, including those in Watkins Creek and surrounding neighborhoods, including greenway access that is being paid for. And in regards to the agreement and the 75% and those credits, that's all standard. Everything we're doing here is standard, by the book, per the city's regulations. The last thing I'll say is that during that process, we actually increased the open space and added 2 different lot types. So we have 7 lot types in this development. We've done, with the majority where those lots are smaller, the alley load, they are interior to the project, just as Envision Franklin calls for. And then lastly, we had a graphic that we went over these things. It's documented, it was submitted as part of our process. But in regards to surrounding densities and intensities and how you calculate it, the city currently calculates the density, how many units per acre. It's actually part of our rezoning, the number. And our number is lower than any of the surrounding city densities. And I can reel them off for you if you like. We've showed that graphic before. The subdivisions that are in the county, yes, they are lower. But we are providing a transition between Amelia Park, which is at 2.27 units per acre, Taproot Hills at 2.39, McKay's Mill at 2.29. We are at 1.85. Density and intensity, we are well within Envision Franklin here and below. We are preserving 140 acres that will be available. Some of that is usable, some of it is not. We've talked about a number of different improvements. Right now, because of the way the documentation works, the improvements that are on the development plan are committed to as part of the agreement. If we were to throw a soccer field on there, then that's a whole nother agreement and a whole nother. So we've talked with Alderman Berger about improvements to certain parts, but really we'll rely upon the neighborhood for that. And there is a central amenity and pool and parkland and so on. So really, what I wanted to do was just make sure that the most accurate information was in front of you. Again, we've worked very hard to get to this point where we've got staff's recommendation for approval, and we know that there's still a long road to go, and we'll continue to work through this, but we feel like we brought a plan that absolutely is in conformance with the Vision Franklin and respects the character and the wishes of the surrounding neighbors as best we can. Thank you. I'll be happy to answer any questions if you have any.
Okay. So do we have a,
Hi, thank you. I'm the design engineer for the project and
Oh,
wanted to
okay.
hit one topic, mainly the traffic study that was completed, and he mentioned that, and also that those requirements are rolled into the development plan, and those are all agreed to, as well as the development is required to do improvements along our road frontage of Clovercroft Road. Thank you.
okay, do we have a motion for this item?
I would make a motion, Chairman. I would recommend denial of the rezoning to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen. My motion is for denial.
Second.
So you have a recommendation for denial to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen by Commissioner Mann, and a second by Commissioner Allen.
And if I may, since that goes against staff recommendation, I voted aye on the plan of services for the annexation because I do believe that this property will be developed. I think we're all in agreement there. That's just had the nature of properties like this in the community that we live in. And I think we want to be very clear that I think development will come here. But at the same time, I agree that this is significantly denser than what is around, despite the numbers. I think the way it's structured creates the appearance of density, perhaps maybe not on paper, than what presently exists in the community around it. And I think that there's lots of work to be done to address those concerns, as well as the infrastructure needs. So that's my rationale. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there other comments or discussion? Jimmy?
A lot of times when developers work with the communities, they go through the public meetings and they figure out a compromise of what the citizens would like to see, as well as what is economically feasible for the developer. You know, not everybody wants to live in an apartment. And, you know, we're stacking these apartments up and down the interstate right now, just right and left. Anyway, I just believe that there is going to be a development there at some point, and be nice to see the developer and the community and the neighbors there come up with a compromise. I've seen a lot of neighborhoods come in here that purple shirts, people wearing the purple shirts and against the project, and then 1 month or 2 months later, after a deferral, they got together and everybody came in and there wasn't any opposition at that point. But the whole room was full of people that didn't want to see the development. But it looks like to me, Meritage Homes would have the opportunity to meet with the citizens there. I wouldn't want the boulevard on my back patio and have a swimming pool built there and have to listen to that traffic coming down behind my house. McKay's Mill's a good example where the main boulevard is in the middle of houses that face the street, as opposed to being on a peripheral or the outside property line. So there's some problems with that development plan that'll have to be taken up with everybody, but I sure would like to see them work with you guys out there as well. As far as this, what they're asking for, this is the rezoning. Is that rezoning?
This is to zone.
Sir?
This is to zone the
Rezone.
property.
Is that I'm gonna ask for a deferral on the development plan and see if they can work with the citizens there But it's just,
Okay, next item's
yeah, it's
development.
next
Yeah, that's
item.
the next one.
But my thought is, they may want to do a deferral on this as well. You know, a month or 2 months or whatever, but, or we'll just go on and vote on it, whatever they want to do.
Okay, other comments, questions?
Well, I think the staff has done its job in following the guidelines as far as the Envision Franklin. But the fact that Clovercroft Road has been an issue for so long, and there's so many homes in that area right now, and it's just hard to think about 545 more homes in that area. And so it's not against what the staff is recommending, it's just too much. And I'm just not going to be supporting.
Well, that's what I
Thank you.
want to do, because our legal team always says we should say why we vote no. And that's exactly why staff's very, very capable, but the infrastructure in this area does not support that at all. And if I must say, one thing that I want to make very clear, that connectivity is not a hill you want to die on. That's something we're always going to recommend. That's something we can talk about later, because there will be connectivity. If it comes through the city of Franklin, we will have it. Maybe there's a better place to put it, but that's something we're always going to recommend. Go to Thompson Station, go to Spring Hill, you'll see the results of not having connectivity, okay? And maybe in your backyard may not be the place for it, but we'll always recommend that. Believe me, you want it, okay? Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Allen. Other comments?
Yeah, I'll just speak to just about the density. That, I thought you had put it well, that maybe on paper it seems about right and it meets requirements, but appearance-wise is a little bit different. I also have real concerns about Clovercroft, as previously the county commissioner had put it, is that road changes through jurisdictions and that there needs to be the city and the county getting together to have a little bit more resolution on that road, because there are concerns that you put that sort of density, not that the plan doesn't meet Envision Franklin, it does, but the location of it could be very problematic on Clovercroft.
Great, thank you. Other comments, questions? So we have a motion for denial to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen, and a proper second. If there's no further discussion, we'll go to roll call vote. Again, this is a vote for denial of the recommendation. Commissioner Allen?
But for what we have on here, what I would say no, because it's consideration what we have here. So just do what we have, so, okay, so vote yes for this. Okay. Okay, so aye.
Commissioner
Aye.
Franks?
Aye.
Commissioner Harrison?
Aye.
Commissioner McLemore?
Aye.
Commissioner Mann?
Aye.
Alderman Peterson?
Yes.
And Commissioner Williamson?
Aye.
And Commissioner Lindsay votes aye. So that motion carries, a motion for denial to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen for the rezoning. Item number 17 is consideration of Resolution 2020-293, a resolution approving a development plan for Poplar Farms PUD subdivision for 5 properties located southeast of the intersection of Clovercroft Road and Oxford Glen Drive, addressed as 4316 Murfreesboro Road, 4324 Murfreesboro Road, 4099 Clovercroft Road, and 4101 Clovercroft Road. A staff presentation.
Thank you. The proposed Poplar Farms PUD subdivision is a development consisting of approximately 295 acres located at the intersection of Clovercroft and Oxford Glen Drive. The plan does consist of 546 residential dwellings that vary in lot sizes throughout the development. Envision Franklin places the subject parcels into the single-family residential design concept, which states that the single-family residential design concept consists of single-family residential neighborhoods which provide a range of single-family dwelling and lot sizes. Envision Franklin further states that new neighborhoods should have walkability, well-connected street systems that connect to surrounding neighborhoods, and nearby destinations. They should be designed around natural features to highlight forested areas, hillsides and hilltops, streams, and tree rows as accessible community amenities. The plan, as proposed, incorporates the recommendations and guiding principles of single-family residential design concept by providing approximately 140 acres of open space, a mix of natural and curated spaces. In addition, 7 different lot sizes are proposed within the plan to provide the range of single-family homes suggested within Envision Franklin. In terms of lot size, Envision Franklin states that lots with single-family dwellings accessed by alleys should have a minimum lot width of 40 feet and a minimum lot size of 4,000 square feet. However, if infrastructure, drainage, and parking concerns are adequately addressed, up to 15% of the total number of residential units could be in narrower lots with a reduced minimum lot size as long as they are interspersed throughout the proposed development. The plan has a total of 10.62% of single-family alley-loaded lots that are less than 40 feet in lot width. Building character form with Envision Franklin states that dwellings within new developments should provide a mix of architectural styles and building materials that enhance the city's character. Architecture should contain a rich blending of designs that complement each other yet not be overly repetitive. The proportion, design, and facade width of a dwelling should not be dominated by garages. Rear and side-facing garages are encouraged, as well as front-facing garages that are substantially recessed from the front facade of the dwelling. The elevations included with the proposed development plan utilize the recommendations of Envision Franklin by providing a variation in architecture and by providing mostly rear and side-facing garages and substantially recessed front facade garages. Staff recommends approval of Resolution 2020-293 with conditions to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen. This concludes my presentation. I'm available for any questions.
Thank you. So is there any public comment on this item?
Sorry. Randy Foster, 3475 Stagecoach Drive. Just to make a couple comments. One is just to reply to a prior comment from the developer about a football field or 165 feet away from the front of the houses. He's talking about on the other side of Market Street. A big concern of ours is Market Street is like 50 feet away from the back of our neighborhood border. So it's really the bigger issue is Market Street. To someone's comment about meet with the developer, we still welcome that. We had a couple of meetings with the developer. They did make a couple of changes to some wider lots on the other side of Market Street. But every meeting we brought up, we don't want Market Street running in our backyards. We were told geographically that's not possible. But that's their decision to try to keep pushing that. I talked to Paul Holzen on city staff and asked about placement of Market Street. He said the city does not require it along that line right there. It just needs to connect at the current Market Street down to 96. It's the developer, he said, that chose where it's at. The city is not requiring it at that location. And just to let you know, it does follow things in Envision Franklin, but I want to mention a couple stuff about Envision Franklin, page 22, paragraph F. The character of new streets and their associated elements should reflect the desired character and design of the development and contribute to its sense of place. This does not contribute to the sense of place with Market Street along our back doors. Envision Franklin on page 93, integrity of existing neighborhoods and subdivisions should be preserved. Again, we have pools in our backyards. It will be not very far from where Market Street is. This does not preserve the integrity of our homes. Finally, Envision Franklin, page 93, lots on the periphery of new development should be sized to be consistent with the existing lots of adjacent neighborhoods. Note that it says lots on the periphery. It doesn't say a busy city collector road on the periphery. So we're asking, if and when the developer comes back, if he wants to talk to us and you, put lots there. Put lots that are similar in size to Watkins Creek. Move Market Street more internal, and that's all we're asking. We're not getting it in any of the design plans that they come up with. Thank you.
Thank you.
Alderman Peterson and Commissioners, my name is Stephen Ahrens. My wife Carol and I reside at 1319 Cottingham Drive, and that's in Alderman Bev Berger's Ward 1. On Tuesday, I sent you a letter with attachments for the public record for tonight's meeting. I'd like to read just a part of that letter. As you probably are well aware, there's been much concern voiced in our city about the planned annexation and the high-density development that's planned at Poplar Farms, right along Clovercroft Road. I'm a homeowner in the Haddon Hall section of McKay's Mill that's very close to Poplar Farms. Our backyard abuts one of the many dangerous curves on Clovercroft Road that includes a steep and a narrow ravine. Twice I've called 911 when cars flew off the road, off Clovercroft, into my backyard. Fortunately, nobody died. Clovercroft is a narrow two-lane country road, no shoulders, steep ditches, and ravines. Yet the developer anticipates an additional 5,000 vehicle trips per day along this dangerous road. Unbelievable. You've already received the link of the community-wide petition that nearly 1,200 citizens signed objecting to this currently planned development. That's almost 1,200 citizens from our city. In addition to the 4 pages of comments that I sent to you, we're here tonight to answer your questions, if any, about all the objections to this developer's plan to construct 540 high-density housing units along this rural road. We beseech you to carefully consider the negative impact this will have on everybody in the city of Franklin. Thank you.
Hi, Lydia Stokes. I hope that we've seen a little bit of the conversation shift from the annexation of this property. We've shifted from talking about a county piece of property on a county road to a City of Franklin piece of property and how that meets City of Franklin. This property will eventually be part of a more developed area, right? Considering if some of these other farms, 5, 7, my farm will never sell. We put it into protection, so it's gonna always stay a farm. But we're not talking about City of Franklin development. We're also talking about Williamson County and preserving what it looks like and the integrity of that. And I'm not opposed to development. I know this farm's gonna be developed. The family could no longer keep it. I'm opposed to a high-density development that does not meet the landscape of the property. It's really easy to look at this flat map. I would hope that hopefully we could look at some topography maps, some three-dimensional maps that show that this is not a flat farm. There is really no part of this farm that is flat. There is a church that, I think it was 26 acres, was gifted to, so there's a church right next to this neighborhood. There's actually several other large churches on Clovercroft. Now, those are not high-traffic things that happen during the week, but it is a weekend thing. This church does have a farm planned. It is going to have a lot of activity during the week. It's not just a Sunday morning church. So I think that there's other things we need to take into consideration besides just this property that's now been annexed, that's going to have City of Franklin development. It's fitting into a landscape of county, of other farms, of other neighborhoods. I don't live in Watkins Creek, but I would hope that before we start making decisions on that, that you would take the time to drive out there, to drive through that neighborhood, to see that there's not sidewalks, that it's not something that kids are just going to be able to work around a road going through a neighborhood. This Clovercroft does not have sidewalks now. It doesn't have a turning lane. There's going to be cars stopping to turn in and out of that neighborhood if it does not connect to 96, which is now being expanded into a 4-lane mini interstate. It's not going to be easily accessible, and people aren't going to be using 96 for anything but going to a school or maybe driving to Murfreesboro and not getting on the road. They're going to be using Clovercroft. Connecting to Murfreesboro Road is not the answer for this neighborhood. Clovercroft is going to be where all of this traffic goes to. So, thank you. Sorry I went over.
Yes, sir.
Hello, I'm Mike Orr. I live at 3487 Stagecoach Drive. So me and a few of my neighbors are right on the front line of that Market Street. So they've already addressed that. I'd like to go a different route. I'm a school teacher with Williamson County Schools at Page High School. And over my teaching career, whenever we see these new developments spring up in the neighborhood, it's a frightening feeling we have because we know there's going to be a huge influx. It's such a friendly neighborhood for families. And right now, Page High School, Page Middle School, they're being expanded currently, but we still have children standing in the rooms currently. We don't have enough seats for everybody in a lot of the classrooms. So this is just one neighborhood. Like you talk about 540 something homes. I think the development plan said that there was like, they're planning on 0.64 children per home. I would like to think it was at least one child per home. But anyhow, they said something like 350 new students. I would probably guess that's not conservative enough of an estimate for children. So as a teacher, I'd like to see there be some sort of a stemming of the tide, so to speak. As you know, when you look around on the roads, every 5 cars has a license plate from out of state. So they're all coming, running here, probably because, we do such a great job at Williamson County Schools. I'm not patting myself on the back. Actually, I am. But anyway, I just wanted to speak to that point because, we haven't heard from some of the people who serve the community yet. So I guess I can speak for them. So thank you.
Other comments? One more? Can you tell us your name again?
Again, I'm sorry, Kathy Hutchison, Clovercroft Road, 4115. This is kind of out there, but I think it's very, very pertinent. I think that COVID-19 has changed many things in our environment, and one of which is the design of neighborhoods. People are working from home. People are schooling from home. Children are staying around the area playing now. This design that we have been talking about is so small that it doesn't give the opportunity for over half of our employed people to work from home, which is a statistic that I pulled up from the Wall Street Journal now. Many companies are offering half of their employees full-time at-home work. We've got to think about, are the houses and the neighborhoods being prepared for the next generation? This is an outdated plan. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments?
Hi, I'm Jeff Kraft, 4094 Clovercroft. I think that you've all kind of recognized through the zoning decision that this doesn't fit. I'd encourage you to actually think about this area as kind of a scenic byway. It's one of the few areas left around Franklin. It's a beautiful road. I mean, it's dangerous, but beautiful, that you can drive through and see green and hills and farms. It's a callback to what used to be in this community. And I'd encourage you also to think about preserving these areas with low-density development, even as much as 5 acres per home, something that continues to just harken back to what this used to be. It doesn't all have to look like Spring Hill. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kimber Craft, 4094 Clovercroft Road. As you can tell, we're a little invested in this since it's across the street. I hear a lot of talking about how the development fits in with Envision Franklin. Well, it fits in with Envision Franklin if you're talking about the development itself, but if you're talking about how it fits into the neighborhood, it doesn't. You know, it's pretty rural right there in that corner, and to have that density, as you can tell, it makes me a little emotional. We like the country. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? So, to the developer, the applicant, if you will.
The applicant.
The applicant.
John Haas with Edge. Just a couple of things I want to remind some folks, and as we look back through the history of this, we originally came through with the Stovall piece, which are the parcels to the north, for annexation. And we're required to extend Market Street per the requirements of the major thoroughfare plan. Market Street is no idea of ours. It's not needed for our community. We're doing it for the city as part of the major thoroughfare plan. At that time, the major thoroughfare plan actually, and I know there's a new one being adopted, but you could look at the one that's in adoption currently. The major thoroughfare plan actually runs Market Street closer to the Watkins Creek lots, turns down to the, to the left, I guess it would be to the east, and connects up to Chapel. So the alignment was actually worse than where we moved it to on the current major thoroughfare plan. One of the things that we did when we were here with Stovall only, which is the north portion of this property, one of the things when we worked with the Watkins Creek residents was they said, we don't want you to connect here, but if the city's going to force you to connect, you have to get this road all the way to 96. We do not want people driving through our neighborhood. We withdrew our annexation of the Stovall property. Meritage went out, renegotiated with the, withdrew it of the Ingram property. Meritage went out, renegotiated with the Stovalls so that we could take this road all the way through to 96. That's where it started, with the community saying, if you can do this, it will make us happy. We've moved and moved and moved, and the goal line has continually moved. We are more than 50 feet off of their property line with Market Street. I understand the concerns. There are some physical constraints on this property. And I liken it to, I was involved with South Carruthers. When we got involved with that alignment at Lockwood Glen, the alignment of that road was 30 feet up the hill and would have rendered both sides of the road undevelopable. And so we slid that road, and that's what we're looking for. We're looking for the best solution here. So we appreciate your consideration, and just know that we are sincere, and we have listened. Nothing has gone ignored, and we've spent a lot of time, and I wish that, 2-month deferral, we could solve some of these things, but at certain points, there are just some things that, can't be solved, I guess, or we can't agree on. So that may be where we're at, but thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay. Is there a motion for this item?
I move that we recommend disapproval to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen.
We have a motion for disapproval to the BOMA.
Second.
As you, Scott. So we have a motion by Alderman Peterson and a second by Commissioner Harrison for denial to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen. Is there any discussion?
Yeah, I would say on this, just the kind of what I had said previously in the last item is, on paper, density looks fine, but density in comparison to adjacent properties of this nature, and especially on Clovercroft, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Ditto, same thing as Commissioner Williams. Density, Clovercroft, just the whole entire general area does not fit.
Thank you. Other comments? Okay. By roll call vote, this is a motion to deny to Board of Mayor and Aldermen. Commissioner Allen?
Aye.
Commissioner Franks?
Aye.
Commissioner Harrison?
Aye.
Commissioner McLemore?
Aye.
Commissioner Mann?
Aye.
Alderman Peterson?
Aye.
Commissioner Williamson?
Aye.
and Commissioner Lindsay votes aye as well. So the motion carries. A motion to recommend denial to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen. Okay, item number 18 is a consideration of ordinance 2021-36, an ordinance to rezone 0.86 acres from residential 1, R1 district.
If they will be quiet, you'll be able to hear.
Certainly. We're just going to wait for just a second while people get situated here.
You won't take a
We're going to wait for people to get situated.
No.
Okay, we're going to go into recess for 5 minutes.
Oh, Lord.
Bathroom break.
5 minutes only, please. I don't want to be.
So if we can get everybody to resume your seats. Okay, let's go ahead and return from recess. The next item is item number 18, consideration of ordinance 2021-36, an ordinance to rezone 0.86 acres from residential 1, R1 district, to residential 2, R2 district, for the property located south of Boyd Mill Avenue and east of Horton Lane at 3104 Horton Lane. Staff presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The property is located in the single-family residential design concept as defined by Envision Franklin, which supports a range of single-family dwelling and lot sizes. The R2 district allows for new single-family residential lots to be a minimum of 15,000 square feet. The property is 0.86 acres, or approximately 37,500 square feet. Should the lot be subdivided in the future, the new lots would meet the minimums for the R2 district and be compatible with the adjacent lots to the north along Boyd Mill Avenue. The proposed rezoning is consistent with the recommendations of Envision Franklin and the requirements for the R2 district in the zoning ordinance. Staff recommends approval of the ordinance 2021-36 to the board, mayor, and aldermen. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Does anyone from the public wish to speak to this item? Seeing none, do we have an applicant here tonight that wants to speak to this? Yes, please.
Matt Huff with Gamble Design Collaborative. I don't have a presentation for you, but I'm happy to answer any questions if they come up.
Okay, thank you. Do we have a motion for this item?
Move for approval.
We have a motion for approval by Commissioner McLemore.
Second.
And a second by Commissioner Harrison. And that's a motion for approval, recommend approval to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen. Any discussion?
So quick question here. I just want to make sure my math is right here, okay? So we got 0.86 acres, okay? 37,000 square feet. So minimum 15,000 square feet. Well, basically, we're talking about two houses on this.
That's
right?
correct.
I'm just checking, make sure I want it on the record. Thank you very much.
Uh-huh.
All right.
Okay, any other discussion?
The one right, I guess, north of it is divided to about that same size.
Mm-hmm.
The others are bigger, but.
Yeah.
Great, okay. Seeing no more discussion, by roll call vote, Commissioner Allen?
Aye.
Commissioner Franks?
Aye.
Commissioner Harrison?
Aye.
Commissioner McLemore?
Aye.
Commissioner Mann?
Aye.
Alderman Peterson?
Aye.
Commissioner Williamson?
Aye.
And Commissioner Lindsey votes aye. Motion carries unanimously. Item number 19 is a consideration of ordinance 2021-30, an ordinance to rezone 60.5 acres from planned PD 6.45, 155,679 district to planned PD 6.75, 144,258 district for the property located south of Linwood Way and west of Franklin Road at 120 Davenport Boulevard in the Gateway Village PUD subdivision. On staff presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The applicant is requesting to rezone the property with the revised entitlements to accommodate the revised development plan for the Gateway Village, which is also on tonight's agenda. The revised entitlements removes commercial square footage and adds 6 multifamily residential units. Envision Franklin places this area in the neighborhood mixed-use design concept, which supports the proposed rezoning and revised entitlements. Staff recommends approval of resolution, or ordinance 2021-30 to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Does anyone from the public wish to speak to this item? Seeing none, is there an applicant that's present to speak to this, please?
Thank you. Jim Lukens, Lukens Engineering Consultants. And just to clarify it from the Joint Commission meeting last month, I was asked if they were rental or owned properties or units, and they will be owned. I had said they were going to be rented, so just to clarify that.
They will be owned?
They're going to be for sale.
For sale units, okay.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, is there a motion for this item?
Recommend approval to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen.
We have a
Second.
motion to recommend approval by Commissioner Harrison. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner McLemore. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, we'll go to roll call vote. Commissioner Allen?
Aye.
Commissioner Franks?
Aye.
Commissioner Harrison?
Aye.
Commissioner McLemore?
Aye.
Commissioner Mann?
Aye.
Alderman Peterson?
Aye.
Commissioner Williamson?
Aye.
And Commissioner Lindsey votes aye as well. That motion carries unanimously. Item number 20 is consideration of Resolution 2021-125, a resolution approving a revised development plan for the Gateway Village PUD subdivision for the property located south of Linwood Way and west of Franklin Road at 120 Davenport Boulevard. Staff presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The applicant has submitted a revision to the development plan for the Gateway Village PUD subdivision. The proposed revision removes approximately 11,000 square feet of commercial space in order to add 6 additional multifamily dwelling units for a total of 408 dwelling units. The additional units are designated for Lot 134 of the development. The original concept plan for Gateway Village was approved by the Board of Mayor and Aldermen in September of 2003. And Vision Franklin places this property in the neighborhood mixed-use design concept, which states that multifamily and mixed-use site design should integrate seamless pedestrian connectivity across the site and to other uses. The proposed revisions to the development plan leave ground floor commercial and retail space along the building elevation fronting Franklin Road and proposes the ground floor dwelling units to be located internal to the development along Davenport Boulevard. This revision maintains the foundation of what was previously approved and meets the current recommendations of Envision Franklin. In order to continue the established pedestrian-oriented development, new ground floor units must be accessible from the street. Staff recommends approval with conditions of Resolution 2021-125 to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone from the public wish to speak to this item? Seeing none, we'll go to a presentation by applicant. Anything further? Okay, thank you, Jim. Do we have a motion on this item?
Move for approval to, recommendation of approval to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen.
Second.
We have a motion for approval by Commissioner Harrison and a second by Commissioner Franks. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, we'll go to roll call vote. Commissioner Allen?
Aye.
Commissioner Franks?
Aye.
Commissioner Harrison?
Aye.
Commissioner McLemore?
Aye.
Commissioner Mann?
Aye.
Alderman Peterson?
Aye.
Commissioner Williamson?
Aye.
And Commissioner Lindsey votes aye. Motion passes. Item number 21, consideration of ordinance 2021-33, an ordinance to rezone 197.82 acres from planned, that's PD 2.99, 1,134,625, district to planned PD 5.4 with 1,050,926 and 345 keys district for the property located north of Goose Creek Bypass and east of Lewisburg Pike, the Berry Farms Town Center PUD subdivision. Staff presentation?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The applicant is requesting to rezone the property with the revised entitlements to accommodate the proposed revision to the Berry Farms Town Center PUD subdivision, which is also on tonight's agenda, and revise the entitlements for the development overall. And Vision Franklin places this area in the neighborhood mixed-use design concept. And Vision Franklin states that developments in this concept provide a diverse mix of high-activity uses with a connected and walkable block layout. These centers and corridors should have coordinated development patterns at a pedestrian scale with high-quality architecture, plazas, sidewalks, and pedestrian and bicycle amenities to activate the street and connect these gathering places to the residential neighbors they support. It supports a variety of primary uses such as local, commercial, professional office, transitional office, and multifamily, as well as other residential dwelling types. The plan, as proposed, is to reduce the amount of commercial square footage by 83,669 square feet of commercial space and add on an additional 406 multifamily dwelling units to the development.
Jesus.
The proposed zoning and entitlements meet the recommendations of Envision Franklin. Staff recommends approval of ordinance 2021-33 to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen. Happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Does anyone from the public wish to speak to this item? Yes, sir.
My name is Greg Huber. I live at 1018 General Martin Way in the Berry Farms residential community. I am here primarily for the next topic, but since I saw zoning was coming first, I wanted to make some observations. I don't know what criteria y'all use for deciding whether or not zoning should change, but since this is specific to adding 406 units to the community, I wanted to make some observations. My first observation is that the area that this is being added has virtually no green space. In fact, the whole area where the apartments, are and the buildings are and the office areas are really has no green space. The green space is in the residential community for the PUD. But in the area where the offices and the buildings are, and the building density is going up and up. I mean, the parking garages are being added, some more buildings could be built. And so the density is increasing, but there's no green space that goes along with it in the areas where the buildings are being built. So that's one observation. I'm not sure how that fits into what your expectations are for Envision Franklin developments, but I hope that green space is something that you'd be looking for. Another area that I wanted to make a comment on is traffic. Obviously with more units comes more traffic. And we'll talk more about that in the next topic too, or the next agenda item. But specific to this, the Boyle did a traffic impact analysis that determined that the intersection of Rural Plains Crossing and Goose Creek Bypass was going to be out of spec in the AM peak hours. It'd be an E or F level instead of less, or D or less for level of service. And so it's unclear to me, when there's a known problem with an intersection where there's going to be an out of spec level of service given the city's requirements, why there would be a approval for zoning to add that many units to the PUD. And my other observation is that the city has a really nice document called Traditional Neighborhood Developments that really describes our community, has standards for the maximum number of horizontal-oriented units, the minimum number of vertical units. I know this is no longer linked directly to the zoning ordinance as it was back in 2018, but it's a really well-written document that really considers how developments ought to happen to make the spaces, look good and be good for the community, the people who live there, as well as for the people who work there and go there to shop. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Any other comments from the public on this item? Is there someone from the applicant that will speak to this item?
Hi, good evening. My name's Adam Balish with Boyle Investment Company. We're here to represent Rural Plains Partnership. We respectfully request your review and approval of this. We completely concur with staff. We feel like we've worked closely with them through this process and are here to answer any questions. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Do we have a motion on this item?
Motion to approve.
We have a motion to approve recommendation of Board of Mayor and Alderman by Commissioner Franks.
I'll second that. Commissioner Mann.
Commissioner Mann, second. Is there any discussion?
Yes. Staff got it right with Envision Franklin. Definitely agree with that this area should be a neighborhood mixed use with high activity uses with connected and walkable layout. However, the PD 2.99, probably right on track. The PD 5.44, no. When you you lost me when you said additional 406 multifamily units. No way and just no way am I going to support that. No, you lost me there. I'm going to tell you. I will agree. Okay, so I'll agree with the concept, and staff is always on point with that. I can't go along with that. I think that the area, great, you guys do great work and all that. We're struggling with that, and I struggle with that. Even too much of a good thing in my opinion is not good. And we are, in this city, in my opinion, we're struggling with that, even when they're very nice multifamily units. And so that's why we just too much from 2.99 to 5.44. I can't justify that. And I think that, I'll just stop there. I could go on. It's getting late. No, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Commissioner Allen. Any other comments or discussion?
Quick question for Adam. Adam, are these for rent or for sale?
We have not determined that. Currently in the Berry Farms Town Center, there's 671 units. Approximately 331 of those are for rent, so that's a little less than 50%. One clarification to what Ms. Allen was speaking of. We're requesting a little over 400 residential units. They are deemed multifamily by the zoning ordinance, which classifies those as 4 units of attached product or more. Currently, almost 25% of our residents at Berry Farms live in for sale attached product. It's classified as multifamily based on the definitions of your zoning ordinance. So we're not here today asking for 400 apartments. I want to make sure that's very, very clear. We're following the terms and definitions that are in your zoning ordinance.
But let me make this clear what I just said. It says an additional 406. I just want to be clear about what I just said.
Point of clarification that I may, folks, is as part of this, Joey mentioned the reduction of 80,000, a little over 80,000 square feet of commercial space. There is a slight increase in office space in the overall mix. As we talked about at the joint conceptual workshop, we are deleting over 250,000 square feet of retail. To put that in comparison, that's as if you were to just delete the Thoroughbred Shopping Center at the corner of Mallory and Cool Springs. That results in a net drop of 3,500 cars per day in the traffic study that we've been working with the City of Franklin in an approved study that Mr. Mosier and Mr. Wiseman and others have helped us with. So this is not obviously you hear 400, that's a number within the zoning that's obviously called out and what you hear in front of this. It's not a necessarily net add. We are taking away certain commercial aspects of the project. So happy to answer any more questions.
Thank you.
I was just say that you did address the question I did have, which was what is the traffic impact between the change?
And as the gentleman before mentioned, there was a slight uptick of slightly over 100 cars in the morning during obviously, if you add more residential, as you can imagine, there may be a few more commuters that are leaving in the morning. There was no increase at all during the PM peak hours. In fact, those were lower than what, if we went and built the shopping center and the mixed-use project out as currently approved, we would be adding not only 3,500 more cars, but in some cases, a couple hundred more cars per PM peak hour through that. So one thing that I don't believe all of the folks here know is that we've been working with the city. As we move forward at BOMA, Ms. Peterson and others will see a off-site roadway agreement of improvements that we are making at Goose Creek Bypass in Lewisburg. We are also making improvements at Long Lane for an additional turn lane. And we have also committed to widen and add more turn lanes internal to Berry Farms Town Center at the exit points onto the main arterial at Goose Creek Bypass and to our main current exits at Captain Freeman and Berry Farms Crossing.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions, discussion? Seeing none, we'll go to roll call vote.
I should have asked one more thing.
Oh, I'm
Excuse
sorry.
me.
Yes.
But really, this is more on the development plan. But now, what are the types of units that you're talking about? I mean, the structures.
The structures, there are multiple, I don't know, Amy, if you guys could pull up a picture of the development plan or if that would even be appropriate at this time.
Yeah.
On the development plan, there are numerous buildings listed as mixed use. Because based on the zoning type and the classifications, we have the opportunity to introduce residential above retail, office above retail, or vice versa. So all of the buildings that we are proposing to be new have already been built at Berry Farms Town Center. So there are buildings similar to the buildings near Soulshine Pizza, where we have 21-unit condo buildings that are all for sale. There are several options that are being proposed of that nature. We feel like those will be hitting more of a moderate and affordable price points. Fortunately or unfortunately for folks, depending on how you're looking at it, we've had significant appreciation at Berry Farms Town Center since our beginning. We've had some recent examples where some of those homes that were originally purchased for $515,000 just recently sold for $1.15 million for a single-family house. That's over $400 per square foot. So unfortunately, a lot of people that may want to live at Berry Farms in a for-sale product are priced out of that. So we believe that the introduction of additional multifamily units that may be for sale may help with that. So Joey, if you could go back to maybe the fourth, oh, this is not the presentation. Well, I was just saying, there's an exhibit in, I assume your packet, that shows yellow buildings that calls out mixed use. And that may be in the presentation as sheet.
It may be more appropriate to talk about the building types at the development plan.
That's
because
right.
That's
That's
still
what
the
I was
rezoning.
We're happy to talk about that, Ms. Peterson, as well.
21. No, 22.
22. Any other discussion? So we have a motion recommending approval to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen by roll call vote. Commissioner Allen?
No.
Commissioner Franks?
Yes.
Commissioner Harrison?
Yes.
Commissioner McLemore?
Yes.
Commissioner Mann?
Yes.
Alderman Peterson?
No.
Commissioner Williamson?
Yes.
And Commissioner Lindsay votes yes as well. That motion carries. Item number 22 is Resolution 2021-129, a resolution approving a revised development plan for Berry Farms Town Center PUD subdivision for the property located north of Goose Creek Bypass and east of Lewisburg Pike. Staff presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The applicant has submitted a revised development plan for the Berry Farms Town Center PUD subdivision that modifies the previously approved entitlements and alters the overall site layout. The concept plan for the Berry Farms Town Center PUD subdivision was first approved in May of 2005. The applicant is proposing to reduce the amount of commercial square footage by 83,669 square feet and add an additional 406 multifamily dwelling units to the development. The revised development plan also updates the hotel room entitlements to comply with the current zoning ordinance and revises the boundaries of the planned unit development to remove 25.18 acres from the subdivision. A rezoning for this property is also included on tonight's agenda. With this submittal, the applicant provided a revised edition of the Berry Farms Town Center Pattern Book, which will be vested should the revised development plan be approved. Envision Franklin places this area in the neighborhood mixed-use design concept. Envision Franklin states within this concept that new multifamily residential is encouraged to create lively, walkable neighborhoods near restaurants, shops, grocery stores, and workplaces. First floors are encouraged to have active commercial spaces, including retail, restaurants, leasing offices, and other amenities, which should be individually accessible from the street. In locations where commercial use in the first floor is not viable, multifamily units should provide individual ground floor entrances, stoops, or front porches, and pedestrian connections to the street or to a drive resembling a street. Multifamily and mixed-use site design should integrate seamless pedestrian connectivity across the site and to other uses. The proposed revisions to the Berry Farms Town Center Development Plan maintains the recommendations and principles of Envision Franklin and keeps the increased density closer to the Goose Creek Bypass and Interstate 65 junction. The Berry Farms development had a traffic impact study done in 2005 for the original PUD. With this current master plan update to the Berry Farm Town Center, the overall daily trip reduction is 3,180 from the original approved master plan. However, 164 AM peak hour trips were added and 249 PM peak hour trips were deducted from the approved development. The increase in the AM peak hour trips triggered a traffic impact study update, which was submitted by the developer on August 12th of this year. The study was updated using the latest impact study for the area, which was the Chadwell Revised Development Plan. The AM and PM peak hour trips were updated, and an analysis of the traffic showed levels of surface failures that were similar to the Chadwell development. Those failures from the Chadwell traffic impact study were presented to the board on October 13th of 2020. The updated Berry Farms Town Center impact study recommended roadway improvements to mitigate the access delay caused by the added AM peak hour trips of this development revision, as well as assisting in reducing some delay of the background developments. With the roadway improvements, no additional delay to the study intersections is expected for this master plan update per the revised traffic study. Due to the roadway realignments within the master plan update, an internal circulation study within the Berry Farms development will be required at the first site plan for this new section of the revised section of the PUD. There were several citizen emails that were sent in to staff as well, and they are included in your materials, and they can be read in their entirety through your material that you have there. With that in mind, staff recommends approval with conditions of Resolution 2021-129 to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen. Happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Joey. Does anyone from the public wish to speak to this item? Please come to the lectern and give us your name and address, and we ask you to hold your comments to 2 minutes or less.
Greg Huber again, 1018 General Martin Lane. I have a handout for the commission and for the staff. So I'll go ahead and jump it up. I'll wait for you all to get it. So I am the author of the petition that I hope you all saw from the community regarding this PUD development plan. Joey didn't mention it, but I assume that everybody has seen that too. And currently 500 people have signed the petition. That includes over half of the households that live in the Berry Farms residential neighborhood. So I will go ahead and these charts will be spoken to by myself and a few other folks, and to respect the kind of two-minute time limit we have. So let me start with the first one. The first chart I tried in color to show what we are expecting to be traffic problems associated with this plan. Boyle had removed the road that went from the center of the development with the apartments all the way to the apartment parking area. And so that road no longer goes up to service that area in pink. And so as a result, those folks have to today go down either Captain Freeman or Berry Farms Crossing, which are very narrow roads, 1 through 2 hotels and one the public's entrance route, in order to get out. If they're crowded roads, very narrow roads, they're going to back up and cause problems. And so we're anticipating that the apartment traffic will come through our neighborhood instead. And there's an exit from the center of the apartment parking area in pink directly into our apartment neighborhood streets, as you will see. So we're just concerned for the traffic for the community, as well as from a city standard perspective. These are very low, these are very small local streets. The standard in the street standard says very low continuity of travel. The apartment traffic will be traffic that is continuous travel through our community and will be in conflict with the street standards of the city. The appeal for you for a little more time because I'm representing a lot of people.
Yeah, kind of be wrapping up.
Okay. The next chart, kind of shows what we'd like to happen and what we ask for the Planning Commission and maybe ultimately the Board of Aldermen to require. One is for the road to be restored up to the center of the apartment parking area so they can clear out quickly to Goose Creek Bypass. That's the red line. The other is the black marks are closing out the roads, the exits that lead directly to the development to help keep people out of our development, push people towards Goose Creek Bypass where they should be going to get out. And then the third is the areas that are crossed off, that's 22 condos, 22 townhomes, 50 condos, and 100 apartment buildings to count per the plans that Boyle has submitted. That's going to create traffic on Berry Farms Crossing, which is one of the big traffic problem areas, for the intersection with Goose Creek Bypass. So by removing those and converting them into open space, which I said before, there's a problem with open space in this area, then we could, improve the development and as well as relieve traffic problems on that road. So I guess, I ask for you all to disapprove this development plan as it currently stands.
Thank you.
This is Max Thompson, 3097 Rural Plains Circle. I live on a roundabout itself, so the traffic itself, there's, roughly today 410 average cars that hit that roundabout, and that's without the 331 apartments that are being built at this moment. And there's a net new 406. We are under the understanding that there's going to be not any new net for sale property, that it's all going to be rental, whether it's a mixture of apartments or mixed use. So in our regards, the traffic analysis that's been done is there's not been a traffic analysis. It's been done since 2005. The proposed changes are based on logical expectations that flow are given to the planned street layout. It's kind of like water flows to the path of least resistance. The no traffic analysis that's been done for the PUD since 2005. Boyle's 812 study ignored the residential neighborhood and only looked at the impact on Goose Creek Bypass. So you've got Goose Creek Bypass, you've got Lewisburg Pike, and you've got Old Paytonsville back here. But that study that they referred to earlier only refers to Goose Creek Bypass, period. It doesn't encompass anything about the neighborhood that we live in. And there's about 312 houses, condos, and townhomes that are there now. The PUD traffic impact analysis that was done in 2005, this was on the basis of Boyle's pattern book saying that 5%, and this is the pattern book that they're also proposing to adopt, also says 5% will come through that residential area. That change that was made in 2019 didn't have any kind of process like this, where there's that road that went all the way through Rural Plains, all the way out to Goose Creek to let all those apartments go out. When they put that building in the middle of that road, all those folks have to dump out into the residential area. So there's no way that the 5% is going to be told the truth. There's no traffic impact analysis that's been done for the I-65 overpass. That will compound the problem. If I have a couple of more seconds.
5 seconds.
All right. Since cars will come through the neighborhood and public restaurants as the crow flies, this is planned over the next 9 months, but in whole, it's 331 apartments being built, and will get worse, adding another 406 units net new. And those are supposed to be leased and not owned, is what we understand. I submit to you to not approve this PUD change and require a comprehensive impact analysis before approval of a project with the neighborhood involvement. And we've also talked to the traffic engineers, and they've agreed to our involvement. So I ask you to not approve this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Tim Greer. I live at 1059 General Martin Lane in the beautiful community of Berry Farms. Love it. Been there for 3 years, moved in May of 2018. And not only am I a homeowner, I'm a grandfather. I'm grandfather to Braden, to Grayson, to Libby, and Little Emma. They call me Papa T. Papa T is the proud owner of a Power Wheels dune buggy that we drive on our Berry Farm streets. Why? Because it works. We have low volume traffic, and my little granddaughters and my grandsons, we're out there together, so I'm always supervising them. But the cars, we see a car coming, we'll move over, and it works, and we wave at them, and they wave at us, and people are out on their sidewalks, people are on their front porches, and we wave. And also, I have a golf cart, and I drive up to Witt's Ice Cream, and I go over to Publix Grocery, and I go to Tito's, and it works. I don't get run over. We have very low traffic volume. It's been awesome. I love this Boyle community that I bought into. And yes, my house has gone up in value. Love that. Great community. But here's another thing I've been thinking about. With all the new traffic, is it still going to be those sweet, gentle roads that we've been used to? But that's happening all over our county. That's something that we've been talking about all night long. Not more than 10 miles south of me, there's been a new music venue, outdoor development come in this summer. And one of the very first concerts, people holding tickets that they paid for did not go. You might say, well, was it rain? Was it lightning? No. Was it a tornado? No. Were they called out of town on business? No. Did they have a family emergency? No. What was it? It was traffic. They couldn't get to the venue. Some waited 2 and 3 hours with a ticket and never got there. They turned around and went home. And you say, how can that happen? Somewhere in our vicinity, there was a planning session, and they said, it's okay for you to build it. But somebody didn't think about the traffic. When I go to my front door in Berry Farms, and I've got my little grandchildren with me, and they say, Papa T, it's time to go ride, I hope I'm going to be able to open my door and say, hey, let's go ride. It's safe out there. I love my streets.
Can you wrap up, Papa T?
Papa T is right there.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Kim Ray. I live at 3054 General Martin Lane. I have 2 issues that I'd like to bring to the forefront, and I'd like for you to vote no on this issue. I did a very unprofessional, on my own, traffic assessment. I was at the light that runs right by Publix, and there are only 1.5 on the left turn lane getting onto Paytonsville Road heading south. Only 1.5 cars can fit in that left turn lane. The rest of us back up. Even on the right-hand lane, only 1 car can fit. I was the 10th car at 5 o'clock in the afternoon 2 times this week. There are no one in those apartments yet. I was the 10th car. I have a picture. If any of you all would like to see the picture, more than happy to provide it. I even posted it on Facebook. The other thing, I am also very concerned that you all would even consider passing something where they're not even telling you yes or no, these are going to be rentals, or they are going to be owned, or they're going to be a mixture. And here's the mixture countdown number. Do not pass this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate your service for everybody here. The name is Wally Birchfield. I'm a resident of Berry Farms, 201 Swain Circle. So I back up to the current building, and I like what Boyle's doing. I know the Boyle Group. I've been in Franklin since 2011 and benefited from our green environment, our residential community. We certainly are experiencing unprecedented growth in our area. Planning for the growth and making adjustments as conditions change, as this committee does all the time and the developers do, is critical to maintain the high quality of life we have in our community, like Papa T's talked about. I've lived in Berry Farms for 2 years. I own the condominium, so I face right against the back of this. My real concern in this development is the fact that we dump back into the residential community. The Henry Russell Street that's on this plan is there. And so, same as you heard before, the fact that the development now is not really taking the traffic out of the development straight across between kind of McDonald's and the bank, not only is a construction route, but let's do it before. I know there's a plan to do that as we go along, but it's way down the road. We need to do that now because the two exits, as was just explained, are really narrow. It's really difficult. As we go forward here, we want to do the right things. And we love what Bull's doing. I mean, I moved in the community for that reason. I like it there. I have friends and neighbors there. I have employees that work for me that live in the neighborhood. But the way we're going, we need to fix the traffic. And I think that's probably what you'll hear from most of the people here. It's, can we slow down? Can we figure out the traffic thing? I think Boyle will work with us on that. But the primary piece is stuff that dumps back into the community that needs to be addressed. And to soften that up is to get out in front and go out the front exit, do something right between those two, the McDonald's and the bank. It's there, it's an opportunity, and it is in the plan in the long term, but I'd rather see it happen sooner rather than later. Don't put the development off on the community while it's happening. Fix it first, kind of like you talked about continuity. You gotta have it, it's just when you do it in what order. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. I'm Midge Miller. I live at 5001 Captain Freeman Parkway. And I'd like to speak specifically to that section of Berry Farms. When I bought into this community a couple of years ago, I believed that I was buying into a very well-organized homeowner community. I emphasize homeowner community. I believed that we had an HOA that was looking out for our interests. I was very aware that there were 300 plus apartments that were being built. What I was not aware of until recently is that there was no well-coordinated and well-thought-out plan to support the homeowners for those apartment dwellers to enter and exit, other than simply, as has been said before, dumping them into the community. There's something specific to Captain Freeman Parkway you need to be aware of. They've talked about traffic studies. They've talked about signals going in on certain areas. The traffic that exits and comes in on Captain Freeman Parkway to Lewisburg Pike immediately are met with a hill to your left and a hill to your right. So whichever way you're going, it's very difficult and there is no light. There's no planned light that I'm aware of. So you're literally taking your life into your hands, going faster than any of us would choose to get yourself out in the center of that intersection, then looking right, and then proceeding. It's only going to get worse if there's not some significant changes made in the way that the apartment community enters and exits our beautiful Berry Farms. We have a recipe for disaster. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm a little shorter. Good evening. I have been helping a mentally challenged aunt in Savannah, Tennessee for the past 3 days. I've been going pretty much nonstop. I couldn't think of anything more important besides helping her than being here tonight. My name is Tracy Terioka. I bought my home at Berry Farms at 3067 Rural Plains Circle in October of 2020. I actually had researched over 20 different developments in the country, and ultimately I wanted to be closer to my parents who live over at Morningside, but I also wanted a livable, sustainable community. and I researched. I've done a lot of work in my life around planning patient-centered healthcare facilities and hospices, and I've actually received awards for being able to try to help translate how do you create quality of life in healthcare settings. Okay, so here I have this opportunity in my life to create my new home environment, and I actually chose Berry Farms because it met so many of my requirements and my needs and my wishes for my life. So at this point, I'm going to read off my notes. My concern with Boyle's proposal is the negative long-term impact it will have on the quality of life at Berry Farms for all current and future residents and all people who use these grounds. If approved, this project sacrifices the community vision the majority of my fellow homeowners and I have invested in at the cost of a developer's desire to push rapid growth. I understand the need to pivot and adjust as a result of the pandemic, but this is a greedy proposal. If allowed, Boyle will build to its maximum capacity and density and simply ask for forgiveness later when there isn't land available to repurpose or alter with our issues when they become intolerable. This developers, this was, I think, from the newspaper article from the Tennessean. The developers want an additional 406 multifamily units on the property. For new residences, Adam Balish, here tonight, Boyle's development manager said he anticipates building at least 2 new pools and adding some more amenities to accommodate the new residents. I would add, the proposal doesn't factor in how existing and future day-to-day life is impacted by adding an additional 350 units currently under construction and with an additional large-scale housing development on top of the current plan. Let me add, last week when I was walking my dog Huckleberry, I was walking past the Publix grocery store, which I love having in walking distance, and there's an employee sitting on the front curb with her lunch, eating her lunch out of her lap. I said, why is that? Why aren't there any tables? She said, well, they didn't plan for that. How can you have this amazing, beautiful place with all these commercial spaces and intentions around community? I love the sidewalks. But not have room for benches that are in these areas and shelter from the sun or from the rain. I would say pause on this plan, and we need to reconsider the infrastructure on the larger scope as well as on the pedestrian side. It should be everything it's designed to be. Thank you.
Thank you.
By the way, thank you guys for staying up so late and doing this and serving our community. My name is Lynn Barrington, and I'm a realtor, and I live at 6051 Rural Plains Circle. And I live in a condo there. And in real estate, one of the first definitions we are taught to always consider for our clients is the highest and best use of the property. And the word, and what that really means is it is the most productive good for the property. And productive is not just about the homeowner, it's not about the individual, it's also about the community. And it's not for profit necessarily. It can be, certainly it can be, but not necessarily. I can understand why Boyle wants to have 703 apartments. But think about that. You know, if you just have 2 people per apartment, that's an extra 1,500 people in our community. If you have 3, I mean, it's just an enormous amount of people and cars to go along with that. So I think they think it's probably the highest, best use of the property for them because the profit will be enormous, much more profit than they would have had even in retail or selling or the commercial or the office. But the problem is that with that, their interpretation, it is us that have, I've been there 4 years, and it's us that used our money and we paid our taxes rightly to build this successful community. And we all take pride in our homes. We pay a lot of money for monthly for our community to be the one of the nicest in the Nashville area. But apartment dwellers are in a different position. They are temporary. They have no investment in our community, much less an highest and best use mentality. So I'm asking you to not vote for this and listen to the people, the 500 people that have beseeched you on this day. And I just want you to remember that we elect you to help us and protect the entire community, not just one corporation. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good evening, guys, and thanks for affording us the ability to speak with you. My name is Pat Broussard, resident and homeowner, 40600 General Martin Lane. First of all, Commissioner Allen, thank you. Appreciate your comments earlier on the 400 units. So you've heard a lot of things I was going to say already, so I'll boil it down for you. We're very, very concerned about the amount of traffic that is going to be brought and dumped into the neighborhood. The street that was going to take these residents from the apartments onto Goose Creek's been gone now. So where else is it going to go? You know, our neighborhood streets are going to become thoroughfares to Lewisburg Pike, back out to Goose Creek, and also Old Paytonsville. That's the issue, is the traffic. So I'll tell you, that terrifies us because our children and grandchildren are there, like Papa T said. So how long and how many balls in the street before some child at the heels of going after that ball, something's going to happen that you can't fix? Now, that's what we're trying to stop. You all have children, families, and grandchildren. That's what we're talking about. How long is that going to take? Because that's where we're headed. No way you're going to tell me traffic is going to go down by some study done in 2005. Not going to happen. No matter what you do, traffic is going to increase, and it's going to go out through the neighborhood, and you're going to put our families in jeopardy. And we have an issue with that. And if any of you guys or the gentleman from Boyle would be living in our neighborhood, they'd have an issue too. So I'll leave you with that, and I'll say one other thing. This articulate gentleman from Boyle is going to get up in a minute, and he's going to talk to you about a lot of numbers and say things that are accurate and true. But no matter what he says, that's not the only truth. That's not the only one to think of and to consider. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm back again. I'm Irene from 4430 Paytonsville Road, and I'm going to talk on behalf of that side of Berry Farms and also Mr. Boyle on the side across from Aetna Insurance Company and Dave Ramsey, where I'm at. When I moved here back in '90, I had 7 children, and 2 of them passed away. And just 2 months ago, my boy came back from Afghanistan, and thank God for that. When I moved here, it was quiet. There were cows across the street. And I understand what change is. Believe me, it's good. It's good for the community. I came here for good schools, a good police department, no very low crime, good city workers. You guys, this is why I came here. There was no type of life that, you know, you could leave your doors open. It was a beautiful community. Now, when I look outside, someone asked me first, what happened when Berry Farm, oh, they're going to put a Publix there. I said, well, that's good. I don't have to go down to the Kroger's. And it was good. But now I'm looking outside, and I see New York City. I swear, that's what I'm seeing. All those apartments jumbled in, with homes. I wouldn't give you $550,000 or $600,000 for a home in Berry Farms to have hotel, Renaissance Inn, all. What is going on? I'm thinking, I don't even want to go shopping. So I go back down to 96 now because it's so crazy just to look at it. It's disturbing. You know that? And, you know, on my side of the freeway, on the other side, you're planning on doing the 400 homes and making the switches. And I already spoke to everyone earlier. The traffic is ridiculous. But let me tell you about apartment people. I was a military wife for years, and people come and people go. And you know, when it's not your own home, after a while it starts looking really shabby, okay? it will be like, you know, the Franklin Housing Association over down by the Natchez. I mean, please, I mean, there's got to be some stop to it. We've got to slow down, and the traffic is a big problem. That is the one, a real big problem, because if you can't fix the problem, you shouldn't be building houses. And I spoke to you earlier about Spring Hill. That's a disgrace. When I came here, I think there was 300 homes in Spring Hill, Tennessee, okay?
Can you wrap up your comments, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
I just think that we need to slow down, and we need to just put the traffic in line where it should be, and instead of all these apartments, build homes. Homes that people can live in and love, with a backyard, you know, or any type of yard, but not just brick and mortar. And that's all I got to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Matt Reginald, 605 Ellington Drive. I live directly across Old Paytonsville from Berry Farms. We use the roads quite often. My family and I like to walk there. We've got 4 young children. So we love the Berry Farms development. I know Boyle very well. I used to work with them when I was in a different city. So I'm also a civil engineer, so I understand the process, understand what they're looking at. The only request that I make right now is that we look at, I hear a lot of my neighbors right now talking about this. It doesn't seem like we have buy-in to this new plan. This plan isn't a new subdivision going into a green field. It is an existing community. We are part of the community just as Boyle is part of that community. What I ask is that we either deny this or defer this for more time to discuss the plan, to make sure that we have buy-in from the neighbors. We have a unified plan that we can come up with, and also a further look at the traffic study. I've done traffic in my background as well. Don't fully feel like the traffic study's been developed enough to think about things future terms, because you look at the future long lane bridge that'll be connected, which will actually terminate at my property. Believe that's going to bring more people in through the single family residence of Berry Farms than the traffic study actually currently anticipates. So that's my ask right now, is that we delay this a little bit longer to be able to come up with a concise plan that is more in with what the neighborhood's looking for. Appreciate it.
Great, thank you.
Good evening. My name is Dan Parkey. My wife and I reside at 218 Walter Robert Street in Berry Farms. We've lived there since January of 2018. And I feel the need to come before you to voice my support for the plan after all the previous speakers. And these are the reasons why. I appreciate Boyle's willingness to be flexible on this. And otherwise, we'd be stuck with big box retail still, and the possibility of a zombie retail location. I don't think any of us want that. In fact, I think we would all welcome additional high-quality retail shops and restaurants. But if I was a retail shop owner or a restaurant owner, while I like the population of homes in the Lewisburg corridor and the Carruthers corridor, what would really help convince me to locate in Berry Farms would be the number of homes, both multifamily and single family, in the community and within walking distance and golf cart distance. These additional 400 units may help attract the type of retail and restaurants we all want. I also believe the existing retail and restaurant owners have been counting the days until the multifamily units would finally be built, and they would welcome them. I like the concept of combining retail, restaurants, and professional office fronts with multifamily residential and single family. It reminds me somewhat of downtown Franklin in a fond way. Main Street being like our town center, with the historic single family homes at the edges of Main Street being similar to our single family section just on the outside of the town center. Mixed in with a few multifamily units similar to the recently built Harpeth Square apartments. That's all describing downtown Franklin. And in a way, it all describes Berry Farms as well. These additional 400 units will certainly add a buzz to the community. like the buzz and vibe that Main Street has, and I welcome that. I may have a mop of gray hair and be retired, but I'm not yet ready to live in a 55-plus community. I like what Berry Farms is doing. So, regarding the traffic concerns, Boyle has already stated that they are willing to consider altering the Captain Freeman and Goose Creek intersection to allow better traffic flow by widening it to allow a longer left turn queue, as well as requesting Franklin Traffic Engineering to look into adjusting the timing of the lights to allow more time for traffic to leave Berry Farms and reduce or eliminate traffic backups. In addition, they have stated they will have the Village Plains Boulevard extended over the creek to use as a construction entrance and then be available for use to access the new multifamily and commercial units as soon as they are built. Almost
Let's
done.
go ahead and wrap up, sir.
Finally, we are taught in life to pick your battles. And with regards to the fear of additional traffic through the single-family home section of Berry Farms, I don't believe that's really going to be an issue in this situation. However, what will be an issue, and what I would like to plant the seed with Boyle now, or whomever I need to, is to work on ways to alleviate it, is when the overpass is completed and nearly everyone from the South Carruthers corridor that comes to shop or dine in the town center will cross over the overpass and take the first left turn into the neighborhood driving right by the pool. We need to look at ways to discourage this, or at least employ additional traffic calming remedies other than just the narrow streets and the traffic circle.
Thank you. We appreciate your comments.
I urge you to support this resolution.
Hello, my name is Mary Gail Broussard, and I live at 4060 General Martin Lane. And with due respect, we cannot end with that. Safety has got to be at the top of livability. And I know we've talked a lot. I know in item number 12, we even talked about quality of life for future residents. Well, we're current residents, and quality of life is a huge thing for all of us. And if you look just at this map right here, you can see the tiny little streets. And by small, if you've been in Berry Farms, you know what we're talking about. The tiny little streets that weave in and out of the neighborhood. And you can see in the red where the apartments are. Where are they going? They're going to be pushed into our little streets. So please think about this. You guys are our only hope, okay? You really are. It stops here. And we really appreciate what you do. But please, please vote nay on this. Or vote yay for not doing this, whichever way you go with it. But thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Dan Klatt. I live at 3036 General Martin Lane. First, I want to thank you for your service to our city. You have a daunting task and great influence on the future of our community, and I appreciate your dedication and your oversight. We have lived in Berry Farms for 4 years. We chose Berry Farms for many of the same reasons as most of our neighbors, including those in attendance here tonight. We wanted a safe, compact, and walkable neighborhood that offered access to our daily needs without getting in a car. When driving was necessary, we wanted internalized street options that didn't require driving on an arterial roadway. We wanted a neighborhood that embraced economic diversity and a variety of housing options and included enough residents to attract and support the best mix of restaurants, shops, and professional services. We made a good choice and have seen property values increase by 50% or more in the short term that we have been here, even as the current construction project has been progressing. We are confident this trend will continue. Berry Farms is a highly desirable and well-planned mixed-use community. We are looking forward to welcoming new residents and additional shops and restaurants as new buildings are completed and occupied. In the final section of Berry Farms, the developer has already approved entitlements for large office buildings and medium-box standalone retail, surrounded by surface parking. They could build this now, but the last 2 years of isolation have changed how and where we work and how and where we shop. This application by Boyle for rezoning with a revised development plan is primarily in response to these lifestyle changes. Rather than build single-use commercial and office buildings that require regional support and destination traffic. They are seeking to complete the town center with a local residential neighborhood to include additional street-level retail options, stacked parking, and enhanced pedestrian and street connectivity. More residents will provide increased support of local restaurants and retail shops and will bring less traffic than would be generated by a transient population of office workers and regional retail. The more people that call Berry Farms home, the better for all of us. Will there be more traffic than what we have today? Of course. There will be more traffic regardless of what is built in the final section. Boyle is sensitive to this and is proactively addressing this dynamic by agreeing to complete Village Plains Boulevard over Goose Creek prior to any new vertical construction, and improving Captain Freeman Parkway by adding additional left turn stacking at exit to Goose Creek. That's already on the plan. And they must prepare an internal traffic study as a condition of approval. This development team has been very receptive to these and other concerns that have been presented to them directly and responsive to inquiry. Boyle will own and manage the office buildings, all of the Main Street Commercial District, and all of the mixed-use apartment buildings with ground floor restaurant and retail space in Berry Farms. They are making a long-term investment in Berry Farms, and they will be our neighbor for a very long time. They are ready to finish our neighborhood and finish it well. I support the staff recommendation for approval of the rezoning and revised development plan for Berry Farms Town Center.
Thank you.
Hi, first I want to say thank you. It's almost 11 o'clock and you're still here listening to all of us. I wasn't going to say anything, but I'm shocked that you think for 1 second 400 rental properties should be added into Berry Farms.
Can we have your name, please, and your address?
3079 Rule Plain Circle, K. Pfeiffer. I see it every single day. I live exactly across from the apartment buildings. And we were told by Boyle that there were going to be 300 to 400 more apartments. I live across from it, exactly across the street. Every single day I see cars driving by. I'm scared. I would never have moved to Berry Farms and paid what I did for a house if there was going to be 400 units right across the street from me that were going to do all these things that everybody said. The traffic is going to go in front of my house all the time. Mr. T is going to have a problem. We're all going to have a problem. So I completely agree with everything that everybody said. Please don't allow all those cars to come into our development. Close that street off. Make people go off to Goose Creek. We can't handle it. It's not good for the neighborhood. And I don't know why anybody would think for 1 second 400 more cars in Berry Farms with all the grandparents and the kids walking around is ever a good idea. Thank you.
Thank you.
May I offer a point of clarification on behalf of the petition?
No, I think we're beyond that at this point.
I just want to make sure the net of what we're suggesting to Boyle is clear, because we aren't trying to stop more apartments. We want them by Village Plains entrance. We want to keep traffic out of the neighborhood.
Okay, thank you. So, applicant.
Hi, once again, I'm Adam Balish with Boyle Investment Company. Appreciate everybody continuing to listen through this evening. You heard a lot of questions. We're here tonight to say we agree with staff recommendation of approval, and if I could have a few minutes, I'd be happy to respond to several of the items that were repeatedly brought up. Oh,
Go ahead, please.
Sorry. Joey, would you mind opening that presentation? A couple of items, just for clarification, if you could go to maybe page 4. So we are not requesting a modification of anything that is in the current development plan as it relates to infrastructure. All of the roadways that are in this plan match the roadways that are in the development plan that has already been approved. So there's not a request for any changes to that. I'm sorry, go to maybe yes, that. So these roadway networks reflect what was approved several years ago at a development plan modification that was heard by this planning commission and approved. The majority of all of these road networks have been built. They have plats in place, bonds in place, buildings in place that border those, And if you could go to the next page, Joey, the red lines are the areas that we are looking to modify the uses within those areas. A couple of specific items to speak of. We've had a couple of public meetings. One was the required kind of online meeting with the City of Franklin. I think several of you all sat in, as well as several of the aldermen. Following that, we had a public meeting at a church nearby Berry Farms, at which we were there for about 3 hours, answering questions and having direct dialogue. Following that meeting, the HOA sent a summary email to us where they summarized the concerns that they thought they heard at that meeting: traffic, points of ingress, egress, and things of that nature. From that, we were able to respond. We sent that documentation to staff. Several of those points made its way into plans, so they're really not even conditions of approval because we've already submitted those in the development plan. One main point that did not make its way into the conditions of approval that we submitted in an email to Amy and Jimmy that we would be happy to oblige to is as it relates to Village Plains. Village Plains is the roadway that is currently built between McDonald's and a bank. Currently stops at the creek. I want to make sure this is very clear to everyone. This road is proposed to continue through the center of the development and connect through the apartments without requiring a vehicle to get back onto Captain Freeman. There were several comments earlier that said we were forcing cars left and right, east and west, onto those roads. This road is not built yet, but is certainly planned to make a connection. Our commitment in this email following the public meeting was that prior to building anything else in the central red district there of what we call Section 11, we would build Village Plains first. We would continue that road over the creek. We would use that as our only construction entrance in and out of the community. And then that road would continue forward, obviously, as the area in red was constructed just north of the creek. The other areas, I could not agree more with the lady that spoke to the queuing and the timing on Captain Freeman. Later in this presentation, if you flip forward, I keep saying Joey, I apologize, I don't know your name. But there is a diagram, I believe, of the roadway improvements that we are making internal. It's the other direction, I'm sorry. Those include additional turn lanes and lengthening of turn lanes at these intersections. So if you could pause here for a second, I'm sorry. There was several comments that there was not an updated traffic study. That traffic study has been updated. I believe it's been reviewed and I don't know if approved is the right word since it hadn't gone through one stop and things of that nature, but we've worked very closely with staff. The 7 intersections that you see on this map have been proposed or reviewed. Intersections 4 and 6 are proposing internal modifications. So if you wouldn't mind flipping forward on those, these are part of the plan. And if you could go to, intersection 4. So this is near Daly's at Berry Farms Crossing. We are extending the turn lanes and adding laneage there to accommodate the additional morning exits that you heard mentioned earlier. The next improvements are at Captain Freeman. The lady that spoke earlier is exactly right. There was a very short queue as you turn left or eastbound onto Goose Creek Bypass. What we are proposing with the first modification, or not modification, the first site plan submittals is that these roadways be widened and changed as we go in to do anything else at Berry Farms Town Center. To speak with, echo what Mr. Klatt said earlier, currently, if we were to build out what is currently approved at Berry Farms Town Center, none of these improvements are required of us or of the development plan. So what we are proposing with this modification is to add these new improvements as a requirement to the project. And then also, like I said, to also require, even though it's not a current condition, we would be happy to comply with the Village Plains extension, using that for construction entrance and building that prior to anything else in what we call Section 11, which is that center site. There were several comments about green space and amenities. This current revised plan is a 140% increase over the green space that was currently in what are called sections 10 and 11. Those were the two areas highlighted in red. We are extremely huge fans of adding active green space. There are several images in this presentation that we shared at the Joint Conceptual Workshop with you all, and couldn't ask for, a better opportunity to add green space in these kind of integrated areas. That's almost an acre of additional green space that we would be adding into what we call sections 10 and 11. If we could go back to page 2 maybe in the presentation. No, 4, I'm sorry, here. There were several comments made with regard to 5% traffic running through the residential section. The residential section is shown in green at the upper portion of this map. This map was part of our original PUD, as part of our original conditions of approval. If you read the detail labeling on the right, the sole purpose of this exhibit is to show what portions of Berry Farms present what percent of traffic. This does not say that 5% of the traffic will go through the residential community. It only says 5% of the traffic will be generated by the residential community. So this area was keyed to our original conditions of approval. They're color-coded. So before we could build a single-family home, we had to widen Lewisburg Pike. That was done. Before we could open our first commercial area in the blue area, we had to rebuild Lewisburg Pike and Goose Creek Bypass intersection. That was done. And so on through this plan. So although this exhibit certainly does exist in our pattern book, the representation that is only suggesting 5% of traffic go through the residential community is a misinterpretation of this exhibit. And then a couple just other last minute comments. Couldn't agree more with the opportunity for the children or the big wheels or whatever else to play in the community. We are big fans of the slow streets. We're trying to modify those, or not modify those, to build those out in a scenario where people can walk, and we've got a preference over the pedestrian compared to the vehicle. And then the last thing that I will mention as it relates to Captain Freeman and a signal at Lewisburg Pike. As part of the original development plan, there was a signal approved at the intersection of Captain Freeman and Lewisburg Pike. There was also one approved at the intersection of Moss Lane and Lewisburg Pike. Those are in an agreement between the city, the county, and the state as part of an interlocal agreement that was dated 2005. We've designed the signal at Captain Freeman and Lewisburg Pike and submitted that for approval with the construction of the Publix. I don't believe any of the engineering staff was here at that time at the City of Franklin. That project was turned down due to lack of warrants on the state route, Lewisburg Pike there. We have no problem with building a traffic signal at that intersection, and as I mentioned, it was part of the original plan. We were told that that was not warranted based on TDOT criteria. And then since then, the plan has come forward that is now on your CIP and is moving forward towards construction, which is the widening of Old Paytonsville Road and the flyover, at which point I believe there will be a traffic signal at Old Paytonsville Road and Lewisburg Pike. So from the time that that plan was originally proposed and approved, there has been a change in your major thoroughfare plan and some of these roadways to add a signal at that intersection. Jimmy may be able to back me up on this, but one of the last conversations we had with Paul and Jimmy and Carl Boffman at the time was that that intersection was too close, in their opinion, for an additional light at Captain Freeman. We're not against a light there, but are simply deferring to city engineering on what their standards are and TDOT standards are with regard to spacing. So happy to answer any other questions that folks may have.
Great, thank you.
I have a question. Adam, one of the handouts that was given to us.
I have not seen the handouts, but I'm happy
One of
to
the
respond to
handouts.
those.
Oh, you need it? I'll give it to you.
Okay, thank you.
It seems like you have support to a certain extent, because everybody knew what they were buying in there. Although the change does alert them to various things that we've heard tonight. But this neighborhood proposal with the red line drawn in, I don't know how that affects you.
Like I said, I'm seeing this for the first time. I assume you're talking about, Jimmy, the second page with the red line.
Yes, sir.
That is cutting through a project that's currently under construction, that has already received site plan approval, and should be opened up first quarter of next year. So, although we would love to consider some of the additional internal connections, there are some roadways that may be very difficult to build through existing city-approved plans
Oh, I
and
understand.
stuff under
Sure.
construction.
Yeah.
The one thing I will say to that, Jimmy, that I think Joey read through towards the end of his suggested conditions of approval, and I may be getting the term wrong because we've never done one before, but there is a requirement being suggested as a condition of approval for an internal, thank you, an internal circulation study. So staff and Vernon have worked closely with, I think, several of the concerned citizens to make that suggestion, as well as after detailed conversations with Mr. Mosier, as well as KCI, our traffic engineers that are here this evening. So that's something that we fully anticipate being required to do, and will be required to submit with our first site plan, I believe, is the requirement that's in front of you tonight.
You've got 3 readings with BOMA. So the rezoning, that's a common request for some of these PUDs like that, and I was in favor of that. I don't think you're too far apart from the residents there, and I think they're proud of what they have. I know I live down the street, and it's a wonderful place. Boyle's done a fabulous job there.
Okay. Do we have a motion on this?
I'll make a move for approval to the Board of Mayor Alderman with staff conditions.
That's a motion.
Motion to approve to the Board of Mayor and Alderman with staff conditions.
That's a motion by Commissioner Harrison, recommending approval to BOMA. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Second by Commissioner Franks. Is there discussion?
I just have a question. First of all, I think it's a great idea to have the finalized traffic impact analysis, as part of conditions with the internal circulation study. The question I had is the traffic improvements that were presented, are those to be performed prior to the completion of, any additional changes?
Yes, we have not finalized the conditions of approval that I believe would go to BOMA. In fact, Jimmy and KCI and Kimley Horn have been emailing back and forth on those. Our proposal was to make the improvements to Captain Freeman and Berry Farms Crossing with the first site plan approval. So prior to a CO on the first site plan within these new red areas, those 2 roads would be revised. Prior to constructing anything, I'm typically not used to suggesting adding conditions of approval, but going back to the comment about Village Plains, that's not a current condition that we would, suggest to add in response to what you heard this evening. So, but the rest of the stuff, yes, ma'am, we would propose that is done prior to any CO of any new structure built within these remaining portions.
Did I hear you say that the traffic situation would be better with the residential over the commercial that was originally approved and zoned? I'm sorry. I guess I'm about to stand up. This is not funny. Can you tell me about the traffic study as far as the residential versus the commercial that was previously? Can you tell me about
yes,
that?
ma'am.
As far as, I thought I heard you say that it would be less traffic, or it would Katie, list traffic situation.
Yes, ma'am. This is a summary table from the traffic study that's been submitted. Once again, this is a new traffic study. This is not an '05 traffic study. I think there was reference to that earlier. You'll see in the bottom kind of center the difference. So there's an approved, which is the upper table that suggests a traffic generation of around 27,815. Towards the bottom, the revised plan shows a traffic production of 24,319. So that's a drop of almost 3,500 cars per day with this revised use. As staff and others pointed out, there is a increase of approximately 159 cars during the peak morning hour, and then a decrease of 269 cars during the peak afternoon hours. Obviously, I think it's fairly intuitive that there is an increase in the morning traffic when you add a residential unit, because those folks are, potentially leaving the site. Obviously, it's not a one-for-one ratio because of the internal capture and folks, as Mr. Klatt and others referred to, that are working and shopping and recreating within the development. But we do believe that the decrease of 3,500 cars per day will be a significant improvement within the residential community as well as in the commercial component as well. And that is also why we were, the morning traffic is why we also are suggesting some of the improvements to the exterior roadway connection points, so.
So when you talk about the multifamily, we want to make sure that you're not talking about all rentals. I know this has been brought up, and we've talked about this in so many previous meetings. You're trying. It's so close, it's too far away. We talked about a lot of the multifamily and the rentals, and I want you to just elaborate a little bit on how you think it's going to be as far as rentals versus live-work units, and just based on what you know right now.
Sure. Right now, we are, as I mentioned earlier during the zoning discussion, we are proposing 406 multifamily units. That is a definition from the zoning ordinance. We are not proposing 406 for-rent units. There is an exhibit. Yes. Would you go to that page that looks like this? There, maybe go back to the blow up. There you go. So within the development plan that's being submitted, we've worked closely with staff to identify these various buildings, and we've labeled them. D1, D2, D3 is an example that you see on the plan now. Those are labeled as mixed-use buildings. Similarly, in the northeast corner, we have an A and a B building. Those are simply residential. The orange is mixed use, brown is residential. We are proposing a mixture of product. Right now, Berry Farms is approximately a 50-50 split between rental and, let me clarify that. Berry Farms is approximately 50-50 split between large multifamily rental project and fee simple or condominium-owned projects. We have not sanctioned, so to speak, or not limited a owner within townhomes or condos or even a single-family home from renting that out. Boyle does not own any independent single-family or multifamily units that are rented out. We are the owners of a 331-unit apartment project that is under construction. So moving forward, we would anticipate several of the larger buildings that perhaps Rapid Deck. Those could be for rent projects. There is an image in this document. If you could go to this color rendering. So this is obviously at this point we were working off a development plan without architectural elements that are truly fine-tuned. This is an example of an area in section 10, which is the upper right portion of the project. As you look and see the buildings in the right side of the project, we have multiple multifamily buildings. Those mimic the development pattern of the live, work, and condo buildings that they are adjacent to. The building that is kind of a white-shaped L building is across the street from Aetna's office building, and those back up to a live-work building that just finished. They back up to a white condominium building that mimics a lot of the same architecture, scale, and feel. Those are for sale buildings that have been built around them, and we would anticipate areas like this offering the same opportunity and experience for our neighbors and, you know, future owners as well.
Chairman Lindsay,
Yes.
I'd like to ask, what effects are on the school system? How many students are projected? Is your additional 406, because you've already accounted for the 331?
I may lean on Katie Rudowski to help me answer that question, but they have, as part, as you know, any of the applications for residential, we are asked to submit and coordinate with the Williamson County School District. And so I don't know if you know what that count is off the top of your head in that correspondence.
I do not. We have submitted to the school district, but we have not heard back exactly what those numbers are yet.
One of the items that we have reviewed, though, is that the elementary and middle schools on the adjacent Henpeck Lane are hovering just below or right above 50% occupancy. So obviously the new schools that were recently opened on the east side of the interstate significantly brought in capacity at this location. So we are anticipating the opportunity for, additional children. Obviously, like you just said, it's not, a one-for-one mix.
Other discussion, questions?
I support the taking a fresh look at the overall development plan. It's a 20-year master plan. The economics have clearly changed. The big box retailers, that model isn't compatible with today's economics. I have concerns with the buy-in from the community as we expressed here, and I think those rested on what I hear is two things, and that's the traffic and then I think the ownership model. The traffic, it appears from the conditions that there are an internal circulation study that will need to be, that's a condition. Some of those being addressed, I think what I would like is for those to be addressed not as a condition, but before we approve. And so that we can have a little bit more true, data to look at and community buy-in. Because I think that's critical for this project, having so many existing owners. So that's my thoughts.
So relative to the timing of things like an internal circulation study, as it relates to the overwhelming number of concerns raised by residents of your development that feel that there's an excessive amount of apartment dwelling drivers coming through residential neighborhoods. What can you tell us relative to the timing of how you can assess what seems to be a need to provide some relief?
I can comment on the fact that the condition currently that we've worked with staff and Vernon quite closely with is that with the first site plan, that plan would have to be approved. There are obviously areas that we no longer own in Berry Farms Town Center. The city is in control of the majority of the streets that have been built. So if there is a requirement for modification in existing city streets, we would obviously have to work with the staff on that. These are public roadways
Right.
that have been dedicated over. Our commitment is to, turn that in, work with staff for approval of that, commensurate with the first site plan approval. As it relates to the concerns with regard to traffic circulation, we don't believe that there has been any modification to the development plan. Well, we know there's not been a modification to the alignment or the roadways in this submittal. There is a submittal that was approved, I believe, approximately 3 years ago, that some of the residents, I think, are just becoming aware of, even though it was approved and is now built. We do not believe that the changes of use will negatively affect the existing neighborhood development. In fact, we believe that it will be an improvement. We own the majority of the property in Berry Farms and are long-term owners. We too do not want to create long-term traffic issues in the neighborhood. We have recently sold projects, even though we're long-term owners, in Maryland Farms because we're concerned about a similar traffic pattern, issue there without an opportunity for a solution. So we feel like we've got a good plan. We support staff in what they've suggested and are happy to work through that moving forward.
Okay, thank you. Other comments, questions? We've got a motion for approval, recommend approval to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen.
One of the things, and I need to say this real quick, because again, with legal saying, well, I'll vote no, and I think I've kind of said this before too. I'm still looking big picture. This commission's kind of glossed over it, and we never came back to it, and we may never come back to it. I'm still going back to our retreat when we talked about multifamily housing as opposed to single-family housing. That's still in my head about percentages, and we may never come back to it and address it, but I'm still looking big picture too. Right. So even though this is a great project and you do great work and all that, that's still part of what I'm looking at when I vote on these projects.
Right. Thank you. Okay. So we'll go to roll call vote. Commissioner Allen?
No.
Commissioner Franks?
Yes.
Commissioner Harrison?
Aye.
Commissioner McLemore?
Aye.
Commissioner Mann?
Aye.
Alderman Peterson?
No.
Commissioner Williamson?
Aye.
And Commissioner Lindsay votes aye, so that motion passes. Item number 23 is consideration of ordinance 2021-34, an ordinance to rezone 25.18 acres from planned PD district to regional commerce 6, RC6 district, with a property located south of Old Paytonsville Road and west of Interstate 65. Staff presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The applicant is requesting to rezone 25.18 acres along Old Paytonsville Road from planned PD district to regional commerce 6 district. The property is currently part of the Berry Farms Town Center PUD subdivision. Should Resolution 2021-129 be approved, the boundaries of the Berry Farms Town Center will be revised to remove this section from the PUD. The zoning request is consistent with the recommendation.
Hold on.
Can they go, please step outside?
Yeah. Gentlemen, hey gentlemen, can you please step outside to continue your conversation? I'm sorry, Joey. Go ahead.
The zoning request for this ordinance is consistent with the recommendations of Envision Franklin and is compatible with the zoning of the parcels in the immediate vicinity of the subject property. Staff recommends approval of ordinance 2021-34 to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anybody from the public wish to speak to this item? Yes, sir. I need your name and address and hold your comments to 2 minutes.
Yeah, Trevor Anderson, 1105 Warrior Drive. Long Lane is going to land like right next to my house there.
Okay.
I was just wondering what the proposal is for this. Am I going to hear that next, or?
Yeah, you'll hear it in
for the 20.
It currently is no site plan or development plan for this property. This is just a straight rezoning. So this will be the only item for this property.
Okay.
And it's dependent on the approval of the previous item resolution, the Berry Farms PUD Revision 3, which would remove this section of property from that PUD. So,
Right.
So this is just a rezoning for this property, no site plan or development plan as of now.
Okay.
Great.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. No other public comments? Is there someone from the applicant here to address this?
It's me again, Adam Ballish with Boyle, and we're here tonight to help answer any questions, and we support staff in their recommendation of approval for this rezoning.
Okay, thank you. Do we have a motion on this item?
I got a question.
Recommend approval to the Board of Mayor and Alderman.
We have a motion to recommend approval to the Board of Mayor and Alderman by Commissioner Harrison.
And I'll second that motion.
We have a second by Commissioner McLemore.
It's your turn, Jamie.
Jamie?
Do we have any questions or comments,
Yes,
Mr. Franks?
thank you. Adam, can you tell me what you're zoning it for again? Or what zoning you're looking for?
I believe the request is for RC6, which matches what is in Envision Franklin and the current adjacent properties.
Okay.
So what is it?
Regional Commercial 6, which is up to 6 stories. So the height matches what was already in our pattern book.
Okay.
Right now, and we talked about this a little bit during the joint workshop, but because of the flyover coming to fruition now with Long Lane, and really what will be a fairly large separation, a fairly strong separation with the existing PUD because of Long Lane as well as the floodplain through there, we felt like that it was probably best not to continue to burden the existing PUD with maintenance and management of this area, to break that out and just match the straight zoning that is next door, as well as what's recommended in Envision Franklin.
So is that office typically?
Believe Joey and others may be able to speak to what is all in that
I mean,
mixture.
you're not coming back for any more apartments there, are you?
No, sir.
It'd be
I
more
believe,
like-
just to,
more like-
we are not, but I believe there is a component, and this is, I do not want this to be construed the wrong way, but because you asked, there is a component that I believe you can do up to like 40% square footage.
Yes, the regional commerce zoning district was formerly our general commercial district, so it's primarily
GC.
commercial GC. The zoning ordinance today does allow for 40% multifamily to be built within a project together if you do it with commercial spaces at the same time.
So you could do a live and work again, or
I believe you could do something like that if it met these statistical requirements of percentages. As I've mentioned earlier, we don't have a huge desire to change away from the commercial zoning. We just didn't feel like it was appropriate to keep this in the PUD as part of the Berry Farms Town Center anymore.
I think that's a good idea, but, you know, the mayor's gonna want to see some for sale units. We've been preaching that for a long time, and more obtainable housing. I think Alma, all of us echo that, and Alan, is Alan?
Boy,
Marcy?
don't you come back and give a address.
But be good with a good plan there.
And we would look forward to coming in and speaking with you on whatever we are proposing in the future. So.
Yes, sir.
Any other comments or questions? We'll go to roll call vote.
Aye. Oh, you hadn't called my name yet. I'm ready to go home. I'm ready to go.
Is that an aye, Commissioner Allen? Commissioner Franks?
Aye.
Commissioner Harrison?
Aye.
Commissioner McLemore?
Aye.
Commissioner Mann?
Aye.
Alderman Peterson?
Aye.
Commissioner Williamson?
Aye.
And Commissioner Lindsey votes aye. Motion carries. Item number 24, Berry Farms Reams Fleming Tract, PUD subdivision, development plan revision 3, relocating previously approved entitlements of 300,000 square feet of office space, 74,200 square feet of commercial, and 400 multifamily residential units within the boundaries of the development on 40.47 acres located south of Paytonsville Road and west of Pratt Lane. Staff presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The applicant has submitted a development plan revision for the Berry Farms Reams Fleming PUD subdivision located south of Paytonsville Road and west of Pratt Lane. The applicant is proposing to revise the development layout and relocate previously entitled square footage and density within the established boundaries of the PUD. approximately 375,000 square feet of office and commercial space, and 400 multifamily residential units are proposed to be rearranged between Lot 1 and 3. Envision Franklin places this area into the regional commerce design concept, which states that this concept contains high-intensity activity centers that attract large numbers of people and employers from both within and outside of the city. These areas include major employment and revenue generators that are valuable community resources. It supports regional office, regional commerce, and multifamily within the regional commerce design concept. The plan as proposed meets the recommendations and principles of Envision Franklin. There is no additional square footage or density being proposed with this revision. Staff recommends approval with conditions of the resolution. This is not a resolution, excuse me. This is just a straight development plan that just goes to the planning commission levels. This will be approval. So what am I doing? I am recommending approval with conditions of the revised development plan for Berry Farms Green Fleming. Happy to answer your questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone from the public wish to speak to this item?
I wrote it down this time so I don't get off the tangent.
2 minutes, please.
Okay.
And
First
tell us
of
your
all,
name and address
let-
again.
Irene McCray, 4430 Peytonsville Road, directly across from the property. No problems with progress. However, location, location, location. You aren't thinking about the safety of the homeowners that you're going to build those homes with, because there is the truck stop. The TA sits right there on the corner, very congested, the egg center behind it, the fire station there. And may I tell you that I've had people come from that truck stop, a little bit tipsy, falling asleep, whatever, walking on my yard. Walking on my yard, okay? So I believe that your original plan of leaving the houses next to the truck stop and bringing the homes right where we agreed in the first proposal, I don't see why we're changing it. That's all I've got to say.
Okay.
And another thing, that's another 450 times two, that's more Page High School. I think of that, my kids, I'm not a parent with children anymore, that, so I don't have to worry about that. But the traffic, I talked about the traffic, but that truck stop is an eyesore.
Okay.
You have no idea how it can get really bad, especially in the wintertime, when there's icy, snowy roads or raining, and the trucks just keep coming in. And I could just see those people that are gonna buy a home. I hope, what are they gonna be, $200,000 homes? I mean, if you're gonna put a $500,000-$600,000 townhouse there with a truck stop in front of you,
Okay,
good night.
great,
No
thank
more.
you. Is there any other public comment? Please step forward.
I'll try to be brief. Kelly Beasley, 4440 Peytonsville Road. I have 160 acres across the street from Reams Fleming. I've spoken with a bunch of you guys in the past, trying to figure out what we're going to do in the future. In that time of probably about 2 years, we had several folks kind of give us information, but not a lot of clarity. I had an email composed. I chose not to send it. I didn't think it was necessary after I had a call with the developer representative. I'm going to read to you the points that were going to be in that email, and then I'll wrap up fast. What is the plan for Peytonsville Road widening? When will it happen? Who does it, and what is the strategy for construction? Where are the collector fees being allocated from Reams Fleming? Are none at all going to Peytonsville Road, which is the most directly impacted? Peytonsville Road widening will not be equitable, pushing more off the road across from Berry Farms and eating significantly into the 1 acre lots. Entry points are very close together, which was apparently the worst feature on Highway 96 and has been a problem by Town Center. They came out on curves that were potentially dangerous. And then lastly, on the Peytonsville, the Pratt Road intersection has a very tough intersection and probably needs to be reconfigured. We've had a traffic engineer recommend a four-way signalized intersection or a roundabout that can be properly balanced. It may affect the Reams Fleming current plan. Lastly, we were told that the interchange at Goose Creek supposedly was failing. I think that's in quite a while, but nonetheless, and it somewhat inhibited our ability to have any future development in the area. With all that being said, I had a phone call today that was surprising and very refreshing. Not only did I find out that perhaps some of the stuff that I was told was incredibly misinformed, but also that there are city-approved or some type of approved plans and memorandums of understanding that might back that up. So I look forward to being a part of this conversation. I look forward to finding out how we're going to have sustainable and responsible development in the area. And I thank you so much for your time tonight because it's really late. Have a nice evening.
Thank you. Any other members of the public like to speak to this item? Okay. Is there an additional presentation by the applicant on this item?
Hi, once again, my name is Adam Balish with Boyle Investment Company. We're here tonight. We're here to, start over. We appreciate the work with the city staff. I think it's all late. We're all running on fumes, but appreciate their work. And we acknowledge their comments on this and would agree with those and request your approval. Sorry for
Right.
rambling.
Thank you. Okay. Do you have a motion on this item?
Move for approval.
I'll second it with comments.
So there was a motion for approval by Commissioner Allen and a second by Commissioner Harrison
With comments.
with comments.
Really more questions, Adam, actually, the Paytonsville Road does concern me, because it is a very narrow, it's just like Clovercroft. It's a narrow road, no shoulder.
It concerns us as well.
And
So,
I just kind of want to get some input from you as what the plans are.
I have not ever spoken to Ms. Beasley before that I recall, but she reached out to us today and asked some questions and echo her sentiment that we had a great conversation.
Can you pull the map up?
A map, not a mic.
The map.
Oh, sorry.
The one that has the new proposed
This one?
ingress, egress.
So we're not proposing to change anything with regard to the ingress, egress of the site. So this is a revision number 3 to the Reams-Fleming PUD. What we're requesting is a modification to push what were 400 previously approved multifamily units that were on the southern polygon dark shape on your map, to push those north and to take some of those commercial entitlements and shift those south. We have a office user that would like to continue to expand their campus, of which they have this parcel under contract. That work would necessitate this shift in uses from pushing the commercial south and the residential north. We believe that is in keeping with Envision Franklin and the mixture of uses and moving those residential uses closer to the mixed-use components on the north side. As it relates to the infrastructure improvements here, this, as I mentioned earlier, is revision 3. Revision 2 was for the modification of the development plan when Dave Ramsey started their campus on the south end of the site. If I misspeak on this, Vernon, feel free to correct me. But as part of the development plan that you see on the screen right now, there was a memorandum of understanding approved by BOMA that set forth the conditions at which Reams-Fleming would develop in the future. Specifically, that relates to the roadway connection on what I believe is called Pratt Lane, south of the curve, and a bridge. We're not allowed to add any new traffic to that roadway until that roadway is improved. As part of that MOU with BOMA, that was to be a city widening project after we dedicated additional right-of-way for that roadway. That has since happened. That plat has been recorded. The city has that right-of-way. And I believe right now that is a CIP project to widen that bridge and extend that roadway up to the intersection of Pratt and Paytonsville. As part of that MOU, we were also asked to redesign the intersection of Pratt and Paytonsville. That redesign was done by Boyle with a firm called Gresham Smith. Gresham Smith submitted those plans and worked through, and those plans were approved several years ago for the revision to that intersection. As part of that MOU, that intersection as well as that bridge were to be replaced by the city of Franklin. Going north of that intersection, up Pratt Lane, there is a requirement that with the site plan of anything adjacent to Pratt Lane, that the developer, whether that be Boyle or we sell something and somebody else develops, that Pratt Lane be widened and meet the intent of what is in the future thoroughfare plan as part of that roadway. There was also a request through that process for us to dedicate right-of-way. That right-of-way has already been dedicated to allow for the widening of that roadway. That was recorded with the plat that created the Dave Ramsey parcels, and is several years old now, but was recorded and widened. So right now, that is, I think, staff can correct me if I misspeak, but why there's really not any additional conditions placed on this development plan. We're simply shifting uses around, which was a trigger that just required Planning Commission review, not BOMA review, and was a little bit more complicated, so it was not just staff review, as an example. But the conditions as it relates to improvements of these roadways were already created during revision number 2.
Thank you, because, commercial office creates a lot more traffic than residential.
Sure.
So there's a lot more density of people.
That's
So
right.
it does continue from moving south, you can create more traffic on Paytonsville Road, so thank you for
I
clarifying
mean,
that.
can I keep talking?
Yeah, sure.
There, with that, I saw a roundabout or something down there at Pratt Lane, is that right? Coming out of Ramsey?
We have
proposed one?
2 roundabouts internal to our site that were always on the PUD and have been
Okay.
built. I'm not aware of any roundabouts that were proposed outside of our project.
Okay, outside. There's been, when Ramsey's people leave, that traffic is awful because of the conditions of the road. And I've seen many cars plow through those fences coming around the curves and, break, get in trouble up on the property owners and stuff. So both sides of the road where Pete lives, I believe, and,
With this revision, sorry to interrupt, Jimmy.
Yeah.
With this revision, there is a note on the development plan to dedicate right-of-way for the future, it's called the Connector Road. I'm not sure exactly what it's titled, but there is dedicated there will be right-of-way dedicated for this with a new connector road that you can kind of see. Can you highlight that, Joey, on the screen, maybe with the mouse? Coming from Dave Ramsey, there is a new, I believe, collector road as it's classified within the city of Franklin. There will be a new collector road coming from Reams Fleming Boulevard through our campus and then tie into Pratt and tie into these improved roads that we just spoke to. So the right-of-way is being set aside, or there is obviously, the development plan doesn't dedicate right-of-way, but there is a note on the development plan
is that
will require that
improvement as
dedication.
grand as Goose Creek? The way you had to do?
I'm
out in
sorry, what
front
was
of-
that, Jim?
Is that all that improvement as grand as what we see now down at Goose Creek and 431?
I
and-
believe, and maybe engineering can correct me here, but I believe Paytonsville Road is supposed to be a 4-lane divided boulevard as part of the major thoroughfare plan.
That's correct.
That's good.
Chair Lindsay, my question was going to be to staff, was these conditions, they're all being met? That was going to be my question, was the conditions that were placed, I was just reading through, they are being met?
The
as you said.
conditions on this plan or the condition of the improvements of
Well,
the road?
yes, well, all of them were, because we are, this is already pre-approved, and we're doing this, I just want to make these conditions that were placed, because I'm reading through those, that all of them are being met.
That's correct, they have been.
And we agree with the conditions
Right.
of
Okay.
this new comment.
Okay.
So when will that improvement begin? At what point will that road be built?
The, as far as from Pratt Lane and Paytonsville Road intersection north, if there is any site plan that is submitted on land adjacent to Paytonsville Road, I believe that will trigger any of the improvements to that roadway. So the way the language reads is that anytime a development is built adjacent to Paytonsville Road, it will trigger the improvements to be made. I think generally speaking, between Paytonsville Road, or I guess what's really maybe colloquial named Goose Creek Bypass, and then the Pratt Lane intersection.
But are we gonna just do turning lanes at that section and then another turning lane down at the other section and
No,
leave
sir, I
that
believe the
center part?
requirement is for when the site plan develops adjacent to the site that the roadway is built out. And when I say built out, I believe what was intended as part of that MOU is that the western half of the divided boulevard is built out into a curb and gutter section as opposed to a ditch section. I believe there's also, I don't have them in front of me, but I believe there's also conditions of approval in front of you tonight that require vertical line of sight be met as part of these improvements. So any modification vertically to these hillsides through there would have to be met as well.
Okay, any other questions, comments, discussion? We have a motion to approve this development plan revision. We'll go to roll call vote. Commissioner Allen?
Aye.
Commissioner Franks?
Aye.
Commissioner Harrison?
Aye.
Commissioner McLemore?
Aye.
Commissioner Mann?
Aye.
Alderman Peterson?
Yes.
Commissioner Williamson?
Aye.
And Commissioner Lindsey votes aye. Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
You're not done yet, Jimmy.
The last item on our agenda tonight is item number 28, Tavistock subdivision, preliminary plat creating 7 single-family residential lots, 2 open space lots, and dedicating right-of-way on 7.43 acres located west of Kirkwood Drive and north of Clovercroft Road at 4060 Clovercroft Road. Staff presentation?
Thank you. The purpose of this preliminary plat is to subdivide the existing single-family residential lot, which consists of 7.43 acres in size, into 7 single-family residential lots, 2 open space lots, and dedicate right-of-way. The property is currently zoned Residential 2 District, or R2, which supports the proposed residential lots. The plan, along with the attached conditions of approval, meet the requirements of the zoning ordinance. And so staff recommends approval of the Tavistock subdivision preliminary plat with conditions. This concludes my presentation. I'm available for any questions.
Great, thank you. Is there anyone from the public that would like to speak to this item? Seeing none, is there a presentation by the applicant for this project?
He left.
Where did that person go? Somebody.
Thanks for hanging with us.
My name is Nikki Wells. I'm with Turnberry Homes. We're the developer of this project, and I don't have a presentation, but I'm happy to answer any questions. We're going through with the current zoning, and we concur with all of staff's conditions.
Conditions. Okay, thank you. Do we have a motion on this item?
Move for approval with staff conditions.
We have a motion for approval with staff conditions by Commissioner Harrison.
Second.
And second by Commissioner Franks. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, we'll go to roll call vote. Commissioner Allen?
Aye.
Commissioner Franks?
Aye.
Commissioner Harrison?
Aye.
Commissioner McLemore?
Aye.
Commissioner Mann?
Aye.
Alderman Peterson?
Aye.
Commissioner Williamson?
Aye.
And Commissioner Lindsey votes aye. Motion passes unanimously. Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Thank you.
I'm going to give that motion to Commissioner Harrison and a second to Commissioner McLemore.
Well, I'm glad we went through it. It wasn't just
It's
consented.
not a debatable motion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.